Before we start, please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends and family. Also, can you please tell me from where and what time you're watching? Thanks.
2 Halloweens ago, I made a decision that still sends shivers down my spine. It began innocently enough when I started working at a small pizza shop in my quiet hometown. After a few days, I struck up an unlikely friendship with Mira, the enigmatic cleaner of the bar next door. Mira was captivating. She had a dark, almost ethereal aura, with her jet black hair, piercing grey eyes, and a penchant for the macabre. Her mysterious nature intrigued me, and we quickly became close. Another bond formed between me and one of the cooks at the shop, Liam. He was a bit brash but fun to be around, and soon the three of us started hanging out on weekends. Mira eventually invited us to her home, but I wasn't prepared for what awaited. Her house felt like stepping into another world. Walls lined with jars of herbs and dried flowers, shelves stacked with tattered books on witchcraft, and eerie trinkets scattered everywhere. The centerpiece of her collection, a human skull she claimed was gifted by a traveling mystic years ago. It was unsettling, but oddly fascinating. Now let's fast forward to Halloween 2020. A full moon hung ominously in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the town. Mira's favorite holiday was upon us, and she wanted to go all out. Mira and I devised a sinister plan to scare him senseless. Mira's daughter, Alina, joined us that afternoon to brainstorm. She was just as peculiar as her mother, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. It was Alina who suggested we create a fake dieback box, a cursed object supposedly used to trap malevolent spirits. The idea was simple. We'd lure Liam to the town's oldest cemetery at midnight, smash the box and freak him out. In hindsight, we should have realized how reckless this was. Halloween night arrived, and by 11:30 we piled into Mira's car. The fake dieback box was eerily realistic, with runes etched into its surface and wax seals dripping ominously down its sides. I had my EVP recorder and EMF detector in tow, more as props than anything else. As we drove, Alina toyed with the box, shaking it playfully. Suddenly the EMF detector, which wasn't even turned on, began to beep erratically. The cemetery loomed ahead, bathed in the pale light of the full moon. Tombstones gleamed like ghostly sentinels, and the air was thick with an unnatural stillness. We walked to the farthest corner, where the shadows seemed deeper and the air colder. Mira, ever the theatrical one, drew a salt circle around us and warned us not to break it no matter what happened. We sat in a tight circle, the dieback box placed in the center alongside the EMF detector and EVP recorder. Mira muttered a low incantation, while Alina activated a spirit box app. The distorted, crackling sounds emanating from it sent chills down my spine. Then it happened. A mechanical voice rasped through the app. "Let me out!" The EMF detector lit up wildly, its beeping piercing the silence. The air around us grew heavy, almost suffocating, as if we weren't alone anymore. My heart pounded as the atmosphere shifted, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled over me. The first sound of footsteps echoed from the nearby woods, slow, deliberate, too close. "I can't see anyone," Liam whispered, his voice trembling. "Because they're not alive," Mira said, her tone chillingly calm. Suddenly, Liam stood up, his nerves clearly shattered. "I can hear whispers," he stammered, his wide eyes scanning the darkness. Without warning, he kicked open the salt circle. "No!" Mira hissed, but it was too late. The circle was broken, and a cold gust of wind whipped through the cemetery. "Forget it!" Alina screamed as she smashed the dieback box on the ground. A deafening crack echoed, and for a split second I swore I saw something. A shadowy figure, hunched and menacing, darting between the trees. We bolted to the car, not daring to look back. Mira sped us home, her face pale and grim. None of us spoke, but the silence was louder than any scream. The real horror came later. Since that night, none of us have been the same. Mira told me she feels watched, even in her own home. Alina complains of whispers in the dead of night, calling her name. Liam quit his job and moved away without a word. As for me, I can't shake the feeling that something followed me. When I'm alone, I hear faint footsteps, see fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. At work, I constantly check over my shoulder, but no one is ever there. The worst part? I know we didn't close whatever we opened that night, and now it's out there, waiting, watching. I was 11 years old back in 2007, when Halloween night etched itself into my memory forever. My small, sleepy town, surrounded by dense woods, was the kind of place where nothing bad ever seemed to happen. At least, that's what we thought. The streets would transform every October 31st into a spectacle of glowing jack-o'-lanterns, eerie cobwebs, and fake gravestones. It was magical yet unsettling, like something might be lurking just out of sight. That year, my parents finally let me go trick-or-treating without an adult for the first time. I was elated to join my best friends Ethan and Lucas for what we thought would be a night of innocent fun. We were wrapped up in our costumes, clutching pillowcases, eager to be filled with candy, as we darted between houses, laughing and shouting. By 7 p.m., the streets were buzzing with children in masks and capes, and the crisp autumn air smelled of damp leaves and carved pumpkins. As we made our way down the familiar streets, we noticed the further we went, the quieter things became. Fewer porch lights were on, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer. Some houses looked abandoned altogether, their windows dark and lifeless. Then we stumbled across it. A strange dome-shaped house at the end of a cul-de-sac, partially hidden by towering oak trees. It wasn't on our usual route, but its porch light was on, casting an inviting glow. It looked different from the other houses, older somehow, with peeling paint and a faint air of neglect. But what really caught our attention was the carved pumpkin on the porch. Its face wasn't playful or spooky. It was twisted, contorted into a scream. Ethan hesitated. "You guys sure about this?" Lucas scoffed. "Come on, it's just a house. They've got candy." Encouraged by Lucas's bravado, we knocked. The door creaked open almost immediately, as though the man on the other side had been waiting. He was tall, thin, and pale, with sunken cheeks and deep-set eyes that looked like they hadn't seen sunlight in years. His smile was wide but didn't reach his eyes. He introduced himself as Mr. Garrett. "Welcome, welcome," he said in a voice too cheerful for someone who looked so tired. "Come in. I've got the best treats inside." We hesitated, but the warmth of the house beckoned us. It smelled faintly of cinnamon and something else, something metallic. Against our better judgment, we stepped in. The interior was dimly lit, the walls lined with faded wallpaper that seemed to ripple under the flickering light. In the corner of the room stood an antique Polaroid camera, perched on a tripod, its lens glinting like an unblinking eye. Beside it was a corkboard cluttered with Polaroid pictures of kids in costumes. "Say cheese!" Mr. Garrett exclaimed, picking up the camera with a shaky hand. He gestured for us to stand near the fireplace. Ethan whispered, "This is weird. Let's go." But Lucas was already posing, grinning widely. Reluctantly, I joined them. The flash went off, temporarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, Mr. Garrett was holding the developing photo, staring at it with an unsettling intensity. "You kids look great," he murmured, his tone now low and almost reverent. He handed us each a handful of candy and ushered us out. We bolted down the steps without looking back. Something about the whole experience felt wrong. Later that night, as we dumped our candy piles onto the living room floor, I told my mum about the strange man and the photo. Her face turned pale. "Did he touch you? Did anything happen?" she asked, her voice sharp with panic. I shook my head. "No, he just took our picture. He said it was for the local paper." Her expression darkened as she grabbed the phone and called Ethan's and Lucas's parents. That night, the three of us were subjected to long, frantic lectures about stranger danger. The next day, curiosity got the better of us. We checked every local newspaper and even surrounding town papers for Halloween photos. But there was nothing. No mention of costumes, no pictures of smiling kids. It was as if Mr. Garrett had lied. A week later, Ethan's mom called my mom in tears. Ethan had been having nightmares, vivid ones about Mr. Garrett standing at the foot of his bed, holding the Polaroid camera, whispering, "Smile for me." Lucas had also started sleepwalking, muttering about blinking lights and empty faces. Then came the knock at my window. It was past midnight, and my room was pitch black. The sound was faint at first, barely audible over the rustling of the trees, but it grew louder, more insistent. Slowly I pulled back the curtain, and there he was, Mr. Garrett, standing in the shadows holding a Polaroid camera. The flash went off, and then he was gone. I never saw Mr. Garrett again, but the photo appeared on my desk the next morning. It was of me, Ethan and Lucas by the fireplace. But our faces were blurred, smudged into unrecognizable shapes, as though the camera had captured something it shouldn't have. To this day, I don't know who or what Mr. Garrett really was, but sometimes late at night I still hear the faint mechanical click of a camera shutter. From September to November 2021, I worked at Spirit Hollow, an eerie seasonal store that popped up in our quiet town. For those unfamiliar, Spirit Hollow sets up in vacant, often decrepit buildings during the Halloween season. The stores are packed with costumes, decorations, and all things creepy, but they're gone by early November. Our town had never hosted one before, so when I heard we were getting one, I eagerly applied. The store was located in an old abandoned theater that had been a landmark in our small historic town for decades. The building had a reputation. Locals whispered about strange happenings, lights flickering in empty halls, ghostly figures glimpsed on the second floor, but I brushed it off. I loved horror, and working at Spirit Hollow felt like a dream job. Unfortunately, my excitement turned to dread the moment I stepped inside. The theater's musty smell hit me first, followed by an oppressive chill that clung to the air, even during the warm autumn days. My manager, Greg, gave me a quick tour, pointing out where the decorations and animatronics would be set up. He joked about how the basement was off limits and laughed when I asked why. "You don't want to know," he said with a grin, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. During my first shift, I met my co-workers, Anna, a kind yet quiet woman in her late 30s, and Jason, a sarcastic college student with a penchant for telling ghost stories. They warned me about the quirks of the building: doors that wouldn't stay shut, faint whispers from the empty balcony, and mannequins that seemed to move on their own. "Just the wind," Jason teased when I asked about it. But Anna shook her head. "Spirit Hollow isn't the only thing haunting this place," she muttered. By mid-October, the store was bustling with customers. I often worked the evening shift, staying until closing. One night, while stocking costumes, I heard someone call my name. "Sarah." The voice was soft, almost a whisper, coming from the dark hallway that led to the back room. I froze, the costume I was holding slipping from my hands. "Hello?" I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. Silence. I walked toward the hallway, expecting to find Jason pulling one of his pranks, but it was empty. The dim light flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows on the peeling walls. My heart pounded as I turned to leave, and that's when I felt it. a cold breath against my neck. I spun around, but no one was there. Around 7 p.m., as I organized the front display, one of the animatronics sprang to life. It was a life-sized clown named Giggles, known for its unsettling laughter. "Step right up," it screeched, its eyes glowing red. I jumped, nearly knocking over a rack of costumes. The animatronics had been deactivated earlier that day. Greg had made sure of it. "Must be a glitch," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. The rest of the evening was uneventful until closing time. Greg was in the back room, Anna was cleaning near the registers, and I was sitting on the counter zoning out. Suddenly, Anna gasped. "Sarah, look," she whispered, pointing toward the shelves. A pale figure stood in the shadows, its face obscured by the flickering light. It was tall, with a gaunt frame and unnaturally long arms that hung at its sides. For a moment, I thought it was one of the mannequins, but then it moved, sliding behind the shelves and disappearing into the darkness. On the final night before Spirit Hollow closed, I stayed late to help pack up the remaining inventory. The store was eerily silent, the air heavy with an unshakable tension. Greg asked me to grab some boxes from the back room, which meant walking past the locked basement door. As I passed, I noticed the padlock hanging loosely, the door slightly ajar. "Greg," I called out, "did you open the basement?" He appeared moments later, frowning. "No one goes down there," he said, pushing the door shut and securing the lock. But as we walked away, I swore I heard faint laughter echoing from below. The story's eerie events didn't end with Spirit Hollow. A memory from my childhood came rushing back, something I hadn't thought about in years. When I was 7, my family lived on a small farm in a quiet rural area. That summer, a group of gypsies began roaming the nearby towns, known for stealing and causing trouble. My mother, ever cautious, kept the doors locked and stayed home with me while my father worked late. One afternoon, my grandfather visited, a towering man with a commanding presence. While my mother cooked in the kitchen, I sat at the dining table, engrossed in my drawings. The front door creaked open, but I didn't think much of it. Grandpa had just arrived after all. But when I looked up, a strange woman stood in the doorway. She was tall and gaunt, draped in tattered clothing adorned with rusted jewelry. Her eyes were hollow, and she clutched a sickle in her bony hand. My mother froze, her face pale with fear. "Who are you?" she demanded, grabbing a knife from the counter. The woman didn't answer. Instead, she stepped inside, her movements deliberate and unnervingly calm. My mother screamed for me to run, but I couldn't move. Then Grandpa appeared, his booming voice filling the room as he stormed toward the woman. She hesitated for a moment before turning and slipping into the shadows. I couldn't shake the feeling that the woman from my childhood and the figure in Spirit Hollow were connected. Both shared the same unsettling aura, an unexplainable darkness that lingered long after they were gone. After Spirit Hollow closed, I spoke with Anna about the strange occurrences. She revealed that the theater had a dark history. A fire decades ago had claimed the lives of several performers and audience members. "Maybe they never left," she said with a shiver. I quit shortly after, unable to endure the building's oppressive atmosphere any longer. But sometimes, when I walk past the old theater, I feel that familiar chill and hear faint laughter echoing from the shadows. The highway was silent, its darkness absolute. Only the low hum of my truck and the occasional crackle of the CB radio kept me company as I drove through the desolate stretch of Montana. After 15 years on the road, I'd seen just about everything, or so I thought. But that night, under a moonless sky, I discovered a horror that refuses to leave me. A memory so vivid it still sends icy tendrils crawling down my spine. I was running on fumes when my company admitted they'd botched the mileage calculation. The closest gas station was over an hour away, far off the beaten path. Frustration simmered, but I had no choice. I veered off the main highway onto a narrow, unlit road that snaked through an abyss of trees and emptiness. The air felt different as soon as I left the main route, colder, heavier, as if the darkness carried a weight of its own. For nearly an hour, I didn't see a single vehicle. My headlights carved weak tunnels through the void, but beyond them the world seemed to dissolve into nothingness. And then I saw it. A shape loomed ahead, barely illuminated at the edge of my high beams. My foot eased off the gas instinctively. At first I thought it might be an animal, a deer perhaps, but as I got closer, the shape grew stranger, more grotesque. My pulse quickened. When the realization struck, it hit me like a gut punch. This wasn't an animal. I slammed on the brakes, the truck groaning to a halt. My heart raced as I leaned forward, trying to comprehend what lay before me. The thing was a mass of flesh and bone, headless and skinless, sprawled unnaturally in the middle of the road. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but something compelled me to step outside. Grabbing my flashlight with a trembling hand, I exited the cab. The cold night air clawed at my skin, unnaturally biting for summer. Gravel crunched beneath my boots as I approached the gruesome sight. The beam of my flashlight sliced through the darkness, landing squarely on the grotesque figure. It was worse than I'd imagined. The ribcage was disturbingly intact but misshapen, the bones grotesquely warped as though twisted by some malicious force. Ligaments dangled, barely tethering the structure together. The smell hit me next, a nauseating wave of decay that churned my stomach. I stood frozen, unable to look away. Was it human? Animal? Some twisted hybrid of both? My mind struggled to rationalize what my eyes were seeing. Reaching for my phone, I cursed as the screen showed no service. I was utterly alone. Then came the sound. At first it was faint, a soft rustling carried on the still air. I turned, my flashlight sweeping across the road. At the edge of the darkness, a cluster of eyes gleamed back at me, reflective, predatory. Coyotes. There were 5, maybe 6 of them, their silhouettes low and menacing. They didn't bark or howl, just watched. The silence was suffocating. Slowly they began to move, their bodies weaving in and out of the flashlight's beam as they crept toward me. Panic surged through me, my instinct screamed to run. My boots pounded against the gravel as I sprinted back to my truck, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly with each stride. The chill in the air seemed to grow sharper, biting at my exposed skin as if urging me to move faster. I reached the cab, throwing the door open and launching myself inside. My breath came in ragged gasps as I slammed the door shut and locked it. My trembling fingers fumbled to put the truck in gear. I didn't look back. The engine roared as I sped down the desolate road, leaving the twisted pile of bones and the eerie predators far behind. My headlights cut through the endless black, but I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes watching me from the shadows. I didn't stop at the gas station. I didn't care about the fuel. I just kept driving until the lights of civilization finally pierced the void. Even now I can't explain what I saw. It wasn't just the grotesque remains or the unnerving presence of the coyotes. It was the air itself. The oppressive cold, the unnatural stillness, the sense that I was trespassing on something ancient and malevolent. To this day, whenever I drive through Montana, I can't help but glance at the empty roadsides, half expecting to see another pile of warped bones staring back at me. And sometimes, late at night when I close my eyes, I still hear the rustle of those coyotes and feel their eyes boring into me, as though they're waiting for me to return. Whatever I encountered on that desolate stretch of highway, I hope I never find it again. But deep down, I know it's still out there, lurking in the dark, waiting for its next visitor. Some nights on the road stay with you forever, not because of the miles driven, but because of the shadows you encounter. I never believed I'd carry the weight of someone else's despair, but here I am, years later, still haunted by a night that felt more like a glimpse into someone else's living nightmare. It was a quiet run through the Canadian Rockies, the kind of solitude I usually welcomed. The highway stretched out in front of me like an endless black ribbon, and the only company I had was the occasional flicker of my headlights against the jagged silhouette of the mountains. I had just passed a speck of a town, more like a memory on the map, and the roads were completely deserted. The night felt wrong. There was a stillness, a heaviness in the air I couldn't shake. At first I chalked it up to exhaustion. Long hours on the road tend to play tricks on your mind. My bladder reminded me it was time for a break, so I slowed down and pulled over on the shoulder. With nothing but the forest's inky blackness around me, I stepped out into the freezing air to take care of business. That's when I first noticed it. The silence. It wasn't the typical quiet of a mountain highway. It was oppressive, unnatural, as if the world itself had stopped breathing. I lit a cigarette to calm my nerves, watching the smoke curl lazily into the still air. And then, just beyond the edge of my headlights, movement. A figure emerged from the forest. At first I thought it might be an animal, maybe a bear or an elk. But no, this was human. A man, moving slowly, deliberately, as if the weight of the world were pressing down on him. My breath hitched. What the hell was someone doing out here, miles from anywhere, walking out of the woods in the dead of night? I froze, my cigarette burning forgotten between my fingers. The man's silhouette was gaunt, his movements unsteady but purposeful. Something about him gnawed at the edges of my mind. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in the truck. I didn't wait to find out if he meant harm. I hurried to the cab, locking the door behind me, my eyes never leaving him. He was getting closer now, stepping into the harsh glare of my headlights. That's when I saw his face, pale, gaunt, eyes bloodshot and hollow, like he hadn't slept or felt alive in days. His clothes were tattered, damp from the night, and in his hand he clutched a kitchen knife. My stomach turned. He walked straight up to my passenger side window and knocked. Not aggressively, but firmly. A deliberate sound that made my chest tighten. Against every better judgment, I cracked the window just enough to hear him. "What's going on?" I managed, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound composed. He didn't answer at first, his bloodshot eyes fixed on something distant, as if he were looking straight through me. Finally, he spoke. His voice was low, almost mechanical. "I need you to call the cops." The words hit me like ice water. My first thought was to ask why, but something about the knife in his hand made me hesitate. Instead, I reached for my phone, all the while keeping one eye on him. "What happened?" I asked cautiously, the screen of my phone illuminating my shaking hand. He didn't look at me when he answered. His voice was flat, void of emotion. "I went into the woods to end it." A cold chill swept over me, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. He went on to explain, his words mechanical but laced with something raw and desperate. He'd gone out there to take his own life, but at the last moment he thought of his daughters. It was their faces, their laughter, their need for him that pulled him back. My heart clenched. I didn't know what to say. Here was a man, shattered and broken, standing at the edge of the abyss, and I was his tether to this world. I forced myself to stay calm. "Leave the knife on the ground," I said quietly. "I'll call someone to help." He didn't argue. The knife clattered onto the pavement, its metallic ring cutting through the stillness. He stood there, shoulders trembling, silent tears streaming down his face. The wait for the police felt endless. Every second stretched unbearably long, the weight of his despair hanging in the air. When the distant wail of sirens finally reached us, relief washed over me. Before they took him away, I asked if I could speak to him one last time. Standing next to him, I searched for the right words. I told him I hoped he'd find a way out of the darkness, that there was still a chance for him to rebuild. He didn't respond, but as the officers led him to the squad car, he glanced back at me. For a brief moment I saw something flicker in his hollow eyes. Maybe it was gratitude, maybe hope, or maybe it was just my imagination. As I pulled back onto the highway, the flashing red and blue lights disappeared in my rearview mirror, but the weight of the encounter stayed with me. I think about him often. Did he find his way out? Did he make it back to his daughters? Or did the darkness win in the end? I'll never know. But I'll always remember the look in his eyes that night. A haunting reminder of how fragile we all are. It began with the wind, sharp, howling, and relentless, carrying with it a sense of unease I couldn't shake. The kind of unease that crawls into your chest and nests there, feeding on the silence of an empty highway. I'd been driving trucks long enough to know the strange rhythm of the road, the solitude that comes with endless miles of darkness. But that night something was different. Something I still can't fully explain. The road stretched out before me, barren and endless, cutting through the flat, desolate land of eastern Washington. The only company for miles was the occasional groan of the truck engine and the whistling wind outside. It was late, too late to keep going safely. My eyelids were heavy, and exhaustion gnawed at the edges of my focus. So I pulled off onto one of those dirt turnouts that dot these forgotten stretches of highway. No rest stops, no gas stations, no signs of life. Just me, my rig, and the kind of stillness that feels like it's watching you. I parked, locked the doors, and closed the curtains of my sleeper cab. Settling in, I pulled out my phone, trying to drown the uneasy quiet with a mindless show. Outside, the wind howled louder, carrying grains of dirt that scratched faintly against the truck's surface. But after about an hour, something changed. The air seemed heavier, charged, and then I heard it. A tap. It was faint, deliberate, like a fingernail gently rapping against the driver's side door. My breath hitched, and for a moment I froze. I hadn't seen or heard another vehicle for hours. The road was deserted. Slowly I sat up, straining to listen. Then it came again, on the passenger side this time. A rhythmic, almost taunting sound of someone testing the door handle. Every muscle in my body tensed. This wasn't the wind. My pulse pounded in my ears as I peered through a narrow gap in the curtain, scanning the pitch-black surroundings. Nothing. Just the endless expanse of dirt and scrub under the dim glow of the moon. I wanted to believe it was nothing. An animal, maybe. But deep down, I knew better. The feeling clawing at my gut told me I wasn't alone. I started the truck, flooding the area with headlights. The beams cut through the darkness, revealing nothing. No figures, no movement, just the barren landscape. But the unease didn't fade. I locked the doors again, drew the curtains tighter, and tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Exhaustion could play cruel tricks. Then came the scraping. It started softly, like nails on metal, coming from the sleeper vent above me. The sound sent a shiver down my spine, growing louder and more deliberate, as if someone, or something, was trying to pry it open. I hit the panic alarm inside the cab, hoping the sharp noise would scare off whoever, or whatever, was out there. But the scraping only stopped for a moment before something else started, tapping on the windows. Slow, methodical, like tiny fingers playing a twisted game. Then I felt it. The truck shifted. Its suspension groaned under the weight of something climbing onto it. I held my breath, paralyzed, as the sound of soft, deliberate footsteps moved along the roof. My instincts screamed at me to drive, to get the hell out of there. But I couldn't. Fear rooted me in place. I clutched the steering wheel, heart pounding, as the steps stopped directly above me. The silence that followed was deafening, and then, Just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. That's when I saw them. Handprints. They were smeared across every window of the truck, small, human-like, and streaked in slow, deliberate circles. My stomach churned as I stared at them, their size making it clear. They didn't belong to an adult. I scanned the dirt around the truck, desperate for an explanation, but there were no footprints, no sign that anyone or anything had been there. Yet the handprints remained, stark against the glass, a chilling reminder of what had happened. I climbed back into the truck, locking the doors behind me, and drove away without looking back. I didn't want answers anymore. Some things are better left unknown. Even now, when I think of that night, my skin crawls. The isolation of the road, the howling wind, the eerie stillness. It all feels like a part of something much darker, something I'll never truly escape. Because in the quiet hours, when I'm alone on the road again, I can't help but feel that I was never really alone that night. And maybe, just maybe, I never will be. It's not the first time I've been stranded on a quiet stretch of road in the middle of nowhere, but that night, something changed. The moment my truck's engine sputtered to silence, I knew deep down I wasn't alone. The eerie stillness of the night wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the presence of something waiting. And it wasn't until I heard the first child's cry that I realized how deep that presence went. It was a cold night, late November. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and clings to you. The wind cut through my jacket as I rolled through the endless highway of rural Kentucky. I was working for Costco at the time, driving one of those massive rigs loaded with toys. It was the holiday season, busy, tiring, the roads filled with shipments of dolls, trucks, and all kinds of presents headed to every corner of the country. But this load was odd. A truckload of Spider-Man dolls, all of them towering, stuffed superheroes destined for somewhere deep in the heart of nowhere. I chuckled at the thought. Spider-Man dolls of all things. But it was late, and I had a job to do. I'd been at it for years, making these long hauls, and nothing ever rattled me. Until this night. I was pushing through I-265, making good time despite the hour. 2:30 a.m., and I was alone on the road, the kind of quiet that makes your thoughts louder. After about an hour, it started. That feeling, the one you can't explain but know deep down that something isn't right. I brushed it off, fatigue creeping in as I popped a couple of no-dose pills and pressed on. But then the fog rolled in, and this wasn't your normal fog. It wasn't misty and mild. This fog was thick, like a suffocating blanket, pressing against the truck, smothering everything in sight. I could barely see beyond a few feet. I slowed down, my headlights useless against the wall of mist. Something about it felt wrong. I'd been driving these roads for years, but this felt different. The world outside disappeared into nothingness. After about 15 minutes of inching along, I decided to pull over. No cars in sight. The road was deserted. Strange, given how much traffic I usually saw at this time. But I was ahead of schedule, so I figured I'd wait it out. Engine off. The truck sat in silence, and I listened. There was nothing, just the occasional rustle of distant trees swaying in the wind. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. And then, just as I was starting to relax, it happened. The truck went dead. It wasn't like the engine sputtered out or the lights flickered. No, it was as if someone had simply flipped a switch. The dashboard went black, the headlights dimmed, and the truck was silent. I twisted the ignition, tried restarting it, but nothing. I reached for my CB, static. I checked my phone. No signal. Absolute silence. Panic surged like ice through my veins. What the hell was going on? This was a major road, one I'd driven countless times, and never had I been stuck like this. I looked out at the road, wondering if I was in some twisted dream, but the reality hit me with a cold slap. That's when I heard it. A child's cry. Faint at first, like the soft sobs of a small child carried on the wind. My heart skipped, my breath caught. I'd been out here for years and never heard anything like it. The cry, growing louder, made my blood run cold. But then, something changed. The sound morphed. It wasn't a child sobbing anymore. It became something darker, something more unsettling. A woman's sobs, ragged and hollow, twisting the air around me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. My hand gripped the door handle instinctively. I faced danger before. Big guy, 6'3", 250 pounds. But in that moment I felt tiny, helpless. "Is anyone out there? Do you need help?" I called out, my voice shaky despite my attempt to sound calm. As if on cue, the crying stopped. For a split second I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me. But then it came. An eerie, mocking laugh. Not a friendly laugh. Not a nervous chuckle. It was deep, sinister, and bone-chilling. It wasn't just any laugh, it was a laugh directed at me. I rolled the window up fast, heart pounding, but that laugh only grew louder, more mocking. It echoed in my skull, the sound so intense it felt like my head might explode from the pressure. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Silence. Complete suffocating silence. I sat frozen, wide-eyed, sweat trickling down my face, every muscle stiff. What the hell just happened? The truck, as if possessed by some unseen force, roared back to life. The headlights flickered, the engine hummed back to life as if nothing had happened. The fog, the oppressive fog, began to dissipate, swirling away like it had never been there. Without thinking, I slammed the truck into gear and floored it. I couldn't get out of that place fast enough. I drove for what felt like hours, my hands shaking on the wheel, eyes darting nervously to the rearview mirror. By the time I reached the nearest truck stop, I was a wreck. I parked the rig, my legs barely able to hold me up. I scrambled out of the truck, fumbling for my keys, and bolted straight to the bathroom. Splashing cold water on my face, I tried to calm myself down. But I couldn't shake the thought, did that really just happen? I kept asking myself if I was just tired, hallucinating, if the lack of sleep was finally catching up with me. But deep down, I knew. That night, out there on that desolate road, something had happened. Something real. I've driven that same stretch of road countless times since. Every time I pass through, I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone. The laughter, still there, echoing in my mind. And sometimes, in the stillness of the night, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for me to return. I don't know if it was the wind or the silence that unsettled me most, but as I rolled down that desolate stretch of road in the Texas Panhandle, I felt something I hadn't before, like the land itself was holding its breath. The air was heavy, thick with that ceaseless wind that never seemed to stop, a gusting force that rattled the rig and kept me at the mercy of the road. It was late spring, and the sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving the world in a dim twilight glow. I was third in line on that empty highway, following a cattle hauler ahead of me, with another truck trailing behind. The road was wide, open, barren, the kind of place where you could drive for miles without seeing another soul. In a way, it was peaceful. In another, it felt too quiet. The wind was vicious that night, pulling at my rig, making it impossible to keep the truck in top gear. I've driven these roads 100 times, but tonight, the wind felt like it had a mind of its own, almost like it was trying to push me off course. I could barely get traction, my truck fighting against it like an animal trying to escape a cage. I focused on keeping my distance from the hauler, hoping the weather would let up. But then, something caught my eye. The cattle hauler ahead of me, a large truck hauling dozens of heavy animals, was drifting dangerously to the right. I couldn't tell if the driver had lost control or if the wind had taken over, but his front tire hit the berm hard, sending the truck swerving to the left. He tried to correct, but the gusts were too much, and the truck leaned violently. The trailer shifted under the weight of the animals, the cows inside panicking. I watched in helpless horror as the rig tilted further, inches from disaster. Then, bam, the truck hit the berm again. Tires screamed, the sound of metal grinding against the earth rang in my ears, and just like that, the truck flipped. It happened fast. The truck rolled over, crashing violently into the gully below. The trailer's shrieks of agony filled the air as it came to a sudden, unnatural stop. For a moment, everything was silent. Too silent. My heart pounded in my chest as I slammed my brakes and pulled over. The truck ahead of me was already slowing, and I heard a shout over the CB. "He's going over, man!" I didn't hesitate. My hands were shaking as I jumped out of the cab, adrenaline coursing through me. The wind howled like it was trying to swallow us whole as I sprinted toward the wreckage. Gravel crunched beneath my boots as I ran toward the overturned truck, and that's when it hit me. The smell. It wasn't just the scent of twisted metal and leaking fuel. It was the stench of death. I couldn't even process it at first, my mind racing to get to the driver. But then I saw them. Cows, 3, maybe 4, had been flung through the crumpled roof of the trailer, their lifeless bodies sprawled across the dirt. Their eyes were wide, glassy, unblinking. Some were dead, others twitching. Their last breaths were hanging heavy in the air like the very atmosphere was suffocating them. The rest of the cattle were still inside the trailer, bellowing in terror. The sound was deafening, their hooves rattling against the metal, panicked beyond reason. Every kick of their hooves seemed to echo with the chaos they were trapped in. But it wasn't the cows that sent chills down my spine. It was the feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something wasn't right. Something felt wrong. I forced myself to focus on the driver. He was struggling inside the cab, trying to crawl out, but the truck was leaned at such an angle that he couldn't reach the door. The other trucker, a big guy in a battered Peterbilt, ran up beside me, and we both scrambled, trying to reach the driver. Yet my mind kept going back to the trailer. Those cows. They were too frantic, too terrified, and something about it all felt unnatural. I didn't want to look inside the trailer. I didn't want to see what awaited me there, but I had to, and when I peered through the broken metal, the horror I saw nearly paralyzed me. Bodies, crushed, broken, lay scattered across the floor of the trailer. Some were still breathing, their shallow, wheezing breaths barely audible. Others were already lifeless, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The rest were crammed in, packed tightly together, desperate to escape, but there was no escape. The terror in their eyes mirrored the driver's. I couldn't do anything. I felt powerless, as helpless as the animals trapped in that mangled metal tomb. The other trucker must have seen the look on my face, because he said he would run for help. There was no cell service out here, no way to reach anyone. So I stayed behind with the driver, trying to comfort him as best I could, though neither of us knew what to say. The minutes dragged on, feeling like hours, before help finally arrived. A sheriff's deputy pulled up, his face stern, his gaze colder than the wind. He took my statement, then looked over at the trailer. When I asked about the cattle, about the ones still alive, his response sent a shiver down my spine. "You should leave," he said, his voice sharp. But it wasn't the words. It was the look in his eyes, the kind of look that said, "I don't want to know either." I didn't question it. I climbed back into my truck, my hands still trembling, and started the engine. The weight of the moment pressed on me, and as I drove off, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The wind still howled around me. My heart was racing, and the images of those cows, those wide-eyed, terrified creatures, still haunted me. And then came the sickening realization. I shouldn't have asked about the cows, because the answer, whatever it was, would stay with me forever. I haven't been back to that stretch of road since, and every time I drive past it, I can still hear their cries. The wind still whispers their fear. I don't know what happened to them, but sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, waiting. There are some stories that just shouldn't be real, too twisted to be believed by anyone who wasn't there. This happened on Halloween night 2012. It was our senior year, and since I went to a Catholic school, the next day was a holiday. My friends and I were ready to start our weekend early. For nights when we weren't in the mood for parties, we had our ritual. Sit on my front steps, laugh, share stories, then wander through the empty streets, always ending at this rundown pizza joint across town. None of us were really celebrating this Halloween. A few of us had recently broken up with our girlfriends, and maybe we felt the need to lay low for the night. Around 10 p.m., the pizza place was closing up. Just 3 of us were left, me, Pat, and Jack. We refilled our drinks, bundled up, and headed out. We had to cross this massive empty mall parking lot, a stretch of cracked asphalt, cold and desolate, with only faint shadows lingering around flickering lights. 4 football fields long, 2 wide. We weren't naive. We'd all grown up in the city, seasoned enough to know trouble when we saw it. But that night, we were about to experience something that no amount of street smarts could prepare us for. As we walked, the emptiness felt unnatural, thick and heavy. Then, in the distance, a glint caught my eye. A white van creeping along, nearly silent, just 100 yards behind us. The kind of white van every kid is told to avoid. I muttered a warning to Pat and Jack, and we instinctively picked up our pace. Jack flipped up his collar. I clenched my fists, and Pat squared his shoulders. We were just trying to look bigger, more intimidating. But then, in a flash, the van sped up and cut us off, blocking our path. All the windows were pitch black. Not a shadow moved inside. And then in the thick silence, a voice called out low and smooth, as if it were speaking straight into our bones. "Hey, happy Halloween, guys. You like Halloween?" Despite the casual tone, every instinct in me was screaming. This was no Halloween prank. There was a chill to that voice, a dark intent lurking just beneath. We exchanged glances, feeling trapped. We could run, but they had a van, and yet, standing there frozen, seemed far worse. Jack tried to sound tough, his voice steady. "Yeah, but it's over. We're heading home." The voice from the van laughed, soft, almost amused. "Halloween's never over. Not until we say it is." The air went cold as those words lingered, darkening the parking lot around us. Without warning, the back doors of the van creaked open, and 2 tall figures emerged. They were dressed in all black, suits, gloves, but they were wearing these cheap, hollow-eyed Mitt Romney masks. The masks twisted into eerie, empty smiles under the dim parking lot lights. They stood there, unmoving, just watching us. For a split second, none of us moved. Our breaths hung in the air, shallow, waiting. And then, as if breaking from a trance, Jack muttered, "Listen, I don't know what you think you're about to do, but if you don't leave, we're going to mess you up." Another silence, heavy and unbroken. Then, slowly, one of them tilted his head. He didn't say a word, but his silence was louder than anything he could have said. The van started circling us, creeping closer and closer, tightening the space around us. I glanced around, searching for an escape, but every direction led back to them. The cold metal of the van loomed, trapping us in this nightmare, no end in sight. And then Pat, who had been silent this whole time, whispered to us, his voice barely a breath, "This is a Hail Mary. But get ready to run when I say go." We didn't know what he had planned, but we nodded, feeling that this was our only chance. Pat took one of our drinks, a styrofoam cup, and chucked it hard at the driver's side window. We watched, breathless, as the cup struck the open window. There was a loud crack, then silence. The driver jerked back, hands flying up. At that moment, Pat screamed, "Run!" and we took off. As we sprinted, the van screeched to a halt, tires squealing against the asphalt. For a second, it felt like they'd chase us, that we were only buying a few seconds of time. But as I glanced back, I saw something strange. The driver's head was slumped to the side, the 2 figures standing still, just watching us run. They didn't call after us, didn't move to follow. They just stood in the shadow of the van, their masked faces turned our way, hollow and empty. When we finally stopped running, gasping for breath, Jack asked, "How did a cup of soda scare them off?" Pat grinned, still catching his breath. "I threw more than soda." He held up his hand, showing us a stone he'd slipped into the cup right before he threw it. We told ourselves it was over, that they were gone. But that voice, that lingering, mocking whisper stayed with me long after Halloween ended. And the masks, those hollow, grinning faces, they still haunt my dreams. I swear, sometimes, in the quiet moments, I can still hear it, whispering, "Halloween's never over." I'd finish work early, just enough time to squeeze in a good run before the evening settled over the town. It was Halloween, and while I usually ran through roads that crisscrossed busy streets, today was different. Streets would be crowded, with trick-or-treaters filling the sidewalks, so I chose a quieter, less obvious route, a canal towpath that wove through eerie woods, hugged by shadows. I started around 4:30, and everything felt calm. A chill hung in the air, the kind that seeps under your skin without warning. 6 kilometers in, I reached a stretch I'd never taken before. On my left, the canal ran dark and silent, a black ribbon under the evening sky. To my right, an abandoned factory loomed, its skeleton of rusted beams and shattered windows frozen in decay. As I moved past the factory, my attention was drawn to a figure perched on an old, weathered wall, his legs dangling over the side like some misplaced marionette. His eyes were shadowed, fixed on me as if he'd been expecting me. The man jumped down from the wall, landing with a hollow thud, and began approaching me. A voice, hoarse and dry, broke the silence. "Hey, wait, can you help me find my phone?" He was moving closer, each step creaking against the metal stairs. His tone was desperate, yet something in his voice was unsettling, like he was asking for more than just a favor. I stopped, my instincts on edge. We stood only a few feet apart, separated by an old iron fence that stretched down the path, warped and ancient like the forgotten building it guarded. Despite the barrier, an uncomfortable feeling washed over me. The stranger pleaded again, more forcefully this time. "Please, I lost my phone. Can you call it for me?" Reluctantly, I pulled my phone from its armband, my gaze never leaving him. He rattled off a number, but too fast, garbled, with numbers that didn't make sense. I felt a strange chill inching up my spine. I knew something wasn't right, but my curiosity held me rooted in place. He noticed my hesitation and spat out a new number, this time beginning with a believable 07. As I tapped in the first few digits, he began looking around, glancing nervously at the darkened factory, his voice hitching with urgency. "I think I hear it. Over here. Come help me find it." Before I could respond, movement caught my eye. A larger figure lurking by the factory wall, emerging as if conjured by the shadows. He was disheveled, his eyes wild, glistening in the faint light, and they fixed on me with a hollow, unsteady focus. "You hear it, right?" "It's ringing over here," the smaller man insisted, gesturing toward a gap in the fence. I hadn't even finished dialing, but they both acted as if a phantom ringtone was leading them into the dark. Each time I hesitated, they coaxed harder, more insistently urging me to follow. "Come on, it's over here, I swear." In the silence that fell, I heard it. The larger man muttering under his breath, "He's not going to fall for it." Barely audible, yet clear enough to snap me to my senses. My pulse spiked, every instinct screaming at me to run. I took a cautious step back, and in an instant, the smaller man's face twisted with rage. "Help me find my phone," he demanded, his voice harsh, reverberating with frustration as his fist pounded against a nearby tree. The other one began moving, creeping toward an opening in the fence, his stare unblinking, fixated. The evening light faded faster than I expected, darkness swallowing the path around us. It was 5 o'clock, but the shadows felt endless, like they had been waiting for me to walk into them. The canal's still waters reflected only voids as I took one final look at the pair, realizing whatever game they were playing, I wasn't a willing participant. Without another word, I bolted, pushing my legs to the edge as my breath pounded in rhythm with my heart. I didn't dare glance back, terrified that their gaze was still burned into my back. I ran until my lungs burned, until I was sure I'd left them far behind. When I finally risked a look over my shoulder, they were standing there, silhouetted against the darkening sky, motionless, watching me like shadows that refused to disperse. I didn't stop until the canal path gave way to familiar roads, streetlights bathing me in an artificial comfort that felt worlds away from those haunted shadows. I called the police, but they didn't seem alarmed, merely took my report, their casual response chilling in its own way. I don't take that path anymore. Not alone, not at any hour. It was the fall of 13 years ago, a chilling October night that none of us would ever forget. I was a sophomore at a liberal arts college in New York, and I'd found my crew, a close-knit gang of theater enthusiasts, all lovers of horror and the supernatural. There were 7 of us, 6 guys and 1 girl, and we'd all had each other's backs from the very start. It was early October, the perfect time to feel the spine-tingling thrill of fear. We made a plan that would mark the rest of our lives. We'd drive out to a notorious spot deep in the woods, a place whispered about for its paranormal sightings, and let the darkness scare the life out of us. So, one cold October evening, we split into 2 cars and left the city lights behind. As we drove deeper into the night, civilization quickly vanished. The roads went from bustling city streets to narrow winding paths swallowed by towering trees, and silence pressed in from all sides. There were no streetlights here, just the occasional glint of our headlights catching the eerie shadows stretching out from the trees. It was a web of dirt roads and silence, and we knew one wrong turn could lose us in that maze of darkness. After nearly half an hour, we finally stopped, our headlights illuminating a huge fallen tree blocking the road. Dead end. Beyond the fallen tree was nothing but the skeletal outlines of trees and 2 narrow trails leading into the woods. We got out, the cold air biting against our faces, and gathered around. The forest seemed to breathe around us, thick with an unnatural silence. With flashlights in hand, we flipped a coin to decide which path to take. We chose the trail on the right, forming a line to avoid the clawing branches that reached out from the dark. Being in the back, I felt the isolation immediately. My friends laughed and whispered up ahead, but with each step, a creeping sense of dread washed over me. From the shadows, faint sounds scratched and murmured, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I told myself it was just the wind or the crackling of dry leaves. But still, the feeling of eyes following our every move gnawed at me. After all, we were 7 college students, young, fearless. Who or what could possibly harm us here? 20 minutes into the hike, the trail suddenly opened into a vast, silent field. The size of it was astonishing, like a forgotten cemetery in the middle of nowhere. The grass was overgrown and the moon cast an eerie glow over everything. We stood there looking around until one of my friends whispered, "Look, over there." At the far edge of the field stood an abandoned house, its decayed structure barely visible through the trees. Boarded up windows, no sign of life. We crept toward it, our flashlights darting across its sagging porch and peeling paint. I peeked between the boards over a window and spotted an old white couch draped in plastic in an empty room. A ghost of a home long forgotten. A chill ran through us, so we stepped back, deciding to gather in the open field and figure out where to go next. We were about to sit when Mark's face went pale. His hand slowly lifted, pointing across the field. "Do you see that?" At the far side of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows, was a figure, tall, thin, almost skeletal, swaying and dancing. He skipped from tree to tree, swinging his arms, spinning around, holding onto the trunks like they were dance partners. The moon caught his face, unnaturally pale, his features lost in the darkness. Jay, the skeptic, squinted, trying to see. I leaned over, whispering, "Look closely, right there." Jay's face drained of color, his breath catching in his throat. What? What is that?" And then it happened. The dancer stopped dead, head turned toward us as if he'd been aware of our presence all along. For a chilling second, he stood still, staring straight at us. Then, without a sound, he bolted in our direction. The manic, jerking movements gave way to a focused, terrifying charge. Without thinking, we all broke into a run, back toward the trail we'd come from, our hearts thundering. Jay stumbled, glancing back, his flashlight bouncing wildly as the figure closed in. The woods seemed to stretch longer, twisting and turning, yet somehow we made it to our cars. We threw ourselves inside, slamming doors and peeling out into the night, desperate to escape whatever that thing was. Once we felt a safe distance away, we pulled over, catching our breaths. The silence between us filled with raw fear. That field, that figure, whoever he was, dancing under the moonlight at 1 a.m. He knew we were there. He'd waited, watched, and when we came too close, he charged without fear, outnumbered but unfazed. Even now, years later, the memory stays sharp, haunting the dark corners of my mind. What was he? A ghost? A lunatic? Or something else? Something waiting in the woods for the next group to wander too far. It was Halloween night, 2018, but this Halloween felt different. A few of us were nursing fresh wounds from recent breakups, and instead of celebrating, we felt the weight of our solitude pressing down on us. As the clock struck 10 p.m., the pizza place began to close. Only 3 of us remained: me, Pat, and Jack. We refilled our drinks and bundled up against the chilling breeze, then ventured into the night. Crossing the vast, desolate parking lot of an abandoned mall, the cracked asphalt stretched out like a dark abyss beneath our feet. Flickering lights cast eerie shadows that danced in the corners of our eyes. It was a stretch of land that felt wrong, too quiet, too empty, as if the world had forgotten this place. We were no strangers to danger, having grown up in the city. But what? As we walked, an unsettling silence fell over us, the air thick with tension. That's when I spotted it. A white van creeping along, nearly silent, lurking just 100 yards behind us. The kind of white van that sends a chill down your spine. I whispered a warning to Pat and Jack, and we instinctively quickened our pace, our hearts pounding in rhythm with our hurried steps. Jack flipped up his collar, I clenched my fists, and Pat squared his shoulders, trying to project an image of toughness we didn't truly feel. In a blink, the van sped up, blocking our path. Its windows were pitch black, concealing whatever malevolent force lay inside. A low, smooth voice emerged from the darkness, slithering into our ears. "Hey, happy Halloween, guys. You like Halloween?" Every instinct screamed that this was no innocent greeting. The voice dripped with a sinister intent that sent shivers down my spine. We exchanged glances, caught in a web of fear. We could run, but they had the van. Standing there felt like an invitation to a nightmare we couldn't wake from. Jack attempted bravado, his voice steady yet strained. "Yeah, but it's over. We're heading home." The voice from the van responded with a chilling laugh, soft yet laced with malice. "Halloween's never over, not until we say it is." The air turned icy as his words hung in the stillness, darkening the parking lot around us. Suddenly, the back doors of the van creaked open, revealing 2 figures dressed in all black. Suits, gloves, and hollow-eyed Mitt Romney masks that twisted into eerie, grinning smiles beneath the flickering lights. They stood there motionless, like phantoms come to life, their eyes boring into our souls. Time froze as we stared at them, breath held tight in our chests. Pat, usually so fearless, was the first to break the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is a Hail Mary, but get ready to run when I say go." We exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of his plan, but we nodded, sensing that this was our only chance. In one swift motion, Pat grabbed a styrofoam cup from our drinks and hurled it at the driver's side window. It shattered against the glass, the sound echoing in the silence like a gunshot. The driver jerked back, surprise and confusion etched across his face. "Run!" Pat shouted, and we sprinted into the night, fear propelling us forward. The van screeched to a halt, tires shrieking against the asphalt. For a brief moment, I thought they'd chase us, that our lives hung by a thread, but when I glanced back, a strange sight met my eyes. The driver's head lolled to the side, the two masked figures still standing, watching us with their empty smiles. They didn't call after us, they didn't move. They just stood there, shadows against the darkness, their hollow eyes fixed on us like a predator waiting for its prey. When we finally stopped, breathless and gasping, Jack's confusion broke the tension. How did a cup of soda scare them off? Pat, still catching his breath, grinned mischievously. I threw more than soda. He opened his hand, revealing a stone he'd slipped into the cup just before he threw it. We told ourselves it was over, that we were free, but the memory of that night lingered, clawing at the edges of my mind. That mocking voice echoed in my ears, whispering, "Halloween's never over." The images of those hollow, grinning masks haunted my dreams, invading my thoughts in the quiet moments. Even now I can still hear that voice, always lurking in the shadows, reminding me that some horrors never truly leave us. Halloween wasn't just a night, it had become a curse, forever intertwining with our memories. A chilling reminder of what darkness truly lurks in the silence. Sometimes the most innocent nights can take the darkest turns. This story is about one such night, a seemingly harmless campout that became a haunting memory no one could forget. When I was a kid, we lived in Georgia, in a house with a backyard so big it felt like an endless playground. Our yard stretched over 2 acres, surrounded by dense woods that hugged 3 sides of the property. It was the perfect spot for endless games and adventure. There was a trampoline in one corner, a hot tub, an above-ground pool, and plenty of open grass to play anything we wanted. That yard was my kingdom. One Friday night, when my friends Mike, Michael, Jason, and I were in 6th grade, we decided to have a sleepover camp out in my backyard. Our parents all agreed, and by 5 p.m., we were out there, running wild, laughing, and playing like we didn't have a care in the world. We played soccer and baseball until we were sweaty and out of breath, then filled up on pizza as the sun started to set. Finally, it was time to set up the tents. We had 2 of them, big enough for each pair of us to sleep in. As the darkness crept in and the backyard lights glowed dimly, we were ready for our favorite game, Manhunt. We paired off, Mike and I hiding first, while Michael and Jason hunted. I slipped under the trampoline to hide, my heart pounding with excitement as I lay in the shadows, watching Michael and Jason searching the yard with flashlights. I waited for the right moment to creep closer to the house, my eyes on the hot tub, which sat just a few steps from the back door. And then, just as I started to move, a trash bin on the side of the house rattled and nearly tipped over. Instinctively, I froze. The motion-activated light by the house flicked on, casting a harsh beam that sliced through the darkness. That's when I saw him. A tall figure dressed in dark clothes was lurking just beyond the edge of the light. He was speed-walking away, straight into the woods, disappearing into the shadows. I bolted out from under the trampoline, calling off the game. My friends and I ran to tell my dad, and he came out, flashlight in hand, searching the edge of the yard and the street. But there was nothing. No cars, no sign of anyone. My dad insisted we sleep inside. We didn't listen. After playing a few games on my PlayStation, we started talking, convincing each other it was just some random guy. I mean, what were the odds he was still out there, right? So, against our better judgment, we went back outside and settled into our tents, giggling, whispering, trying to convince ourselves that everything was fine. The night was quiet. My friend Mike was already dozing off when I heard the softest sound. Footsteps, faint but growing closer. My heart stopped. The sound of grass crunching under heavy footsteps, getting louder. Closer. Then the zipper of our tent began to slide open. I looked up, expecting to see my dad, but as I focused, I realized that this wasn't my father. It was him. A stranger, with an unsettlingly calm expression, his face just inches from mine, looking down into the tent. He murmured something, leaning closer. That's when terror exploded inside me and I screamed, a blood-curdling, desperate scream. Mike jolted awake and he screamed too. We tried to scramble out, but the man lunged, grabbing at our ankles, whispering for us to stay quiet. Panic set in. My mind raced, telling me to fight, to kick, to get away. Finally, he let go, startled by the chaos of our screams. We tore out of the tent, running toward the house as fast as our legs would carry us, calling out for my dad. He met us at the door, wide-eyed with shock as we burst inside, trying to explain what had happened between ragged breaths. The police arrived a short time later, lights flashing in our quiet neighborhood. They took our story, listened to every trembling detail, and filed a report. But the man was gone, vanished as quickly as he'd appeared. They assured us they'd keep an eye out, but we knew the truth. He was just another shadow that had slipped back into the night. From that night on, the backyard never felt the same. The trampoline, the hot tub, the lights, they all seemed haunted, like silent witnesses to a memory that would never leave us. And every time I heard the soft crunch of footsteps on grass, I'd shudder, knowing that somewhere in those woods he might still be watching, waiting. Some memories stay with you, haunt you, no matter how safe you think you are. Sometimes the monsters aren't in your dreams, they're right outside your door. It was 2019, the kind of year that already feels like a distant, a haunted memory. That night was I at a friend's house for a sleepover. Let's call her M. I'd been looking forward to that night, excited to gossip about all the middle school drama and just have a good time. M's house was isolated, so deep in the woods that you couldn't see a neighbor's house for miles. If you looked out any window, all you'd see was an endless wall of trees. Behind her house, a steep cliff dropped down to the ocean, where the waves crashed rhythmically in the distance. That night was pretty fun at first. Our friend Sam was there too, and the three of us played all the usual games. Truth or dare, hide and seek, silly teenage stuff. But when it started getting late, we decided to venture out for a walk along the gravel road leading to other houses. We asked M's mom for permission, and to our surprise, she agreed. The night air was warm, a little humid, and it felt almost too quiet as we strolled down the road, giggling and whispering. After about 10 minutes, we spotted someone walking toward us from the opposite side. At first, it seemed harmless, maybe just another night owl out for a walk, but as he got closer, something felt off. He was wearing thick, bulky clothes like he was dressed for a snowstorm, even though it was a balmy 60 degrees. And then, that smell, this nauseating, putrid stench washed over us as he passed. A smell so thick and vile that we could almost taste it. Sam gagged and ran into the woods, nearly throwing up. We decided to turn back, hoping to put as much distance as possible between us and that revolting stench. But as we walked away, I felt a prickle of unease down my spine. I glanced back, and there he was. No longer walking in the opposite direction, he had turned and was now following us. Our hearts raced. We sped up our pace, but every time we did, so did he. We were nearly jogging, and still he matched our pace. And then, in a horrifying moment, Sam looked back and let out a scream that could have shattered glass. We turned around to see him sprinting toward us, his eyes wild, and in his hand, something sharp glinting under the dim light. A knife. We didn't need to think twice. We broke into a full sprint, screaming as we bolted back to M's house. Once we finally slammed the door behind us, we collapsed in the living room, gasping for air. We didn't tell M's parents. They were already asleep, and we didn't want to wake them. We told ourselves we were just overreacting, that it was probably nothing. Hours passed, and around 2 a.m., we'd managed to settle down. We were watching a horror movie, trying to shake off the fear and laugh at ourselves for getting so freaked out. Now, M's house had large windows on the back wall, facing the cliff and the ocean. I was sitting on the couch right by one of those windows, and every now and then I'd glance outside, unable to shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The view was pitch black, with only the faint glimmer of the waves below. Suddenly I heard faint footsteps outside, just beyond the window. I mentioned it to Em, and she shrugged, saying it was probably just a deer. Apparently, she'd been feeding one for years, and it often came up to the window looking for food. Relieved, I leaned closer to the glass, hoping to catch a glimpse of the deer. But as I peered into the darkness, I saw nothing, just an empty yard, the wind barely stirring the leaves. I shrugged it off, though the unease lingered. We went back to watching our movie, but a strange tension hung in the air. Eventually, we decided to call it a night, turned off the TV, and curled up in our sleeping bags. Em and Sam fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, every creak and rustle outside making me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, lurking just beyond the edge of the woods. I finally got up, glanced out the window, and that's when I saw it. A shadow moved just beyond the trees, shifting in the faint moonlight. My heart dropped. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it in the direction of the movement, my pulse thundering. The light fell on the man from earlier, but this time he wasn't wearing the heavy coat. He was shirtless, standing motionless at the edge of the tree line, staring right at me. I stumbled backward, frantically trying to wake up Sam, and Sam opened her eyes groggily, clearly annoyed. When I pointed to the window, he was gone. She gave me a frustrated look, mumbling that I was just imagining things, and went back to sleep. But I knew what I'd seen, and I wasn't about to let my guard down. I stayed awake, every sense on high alert, as the hours crawled by. Around 4:30 a.m., just as I felt myself drifting off, I heard it. A knock at the door. It was soft, almost polite, but in the silence of the house, it sounded like thunder. I froze, not daring to move, every instinct screaming at me to ignore it. But curiosity got the best of me. I crept to the door, heart pounding, and peered through the peephole. There was no one there. I stumbled back to the couch, thrown my blanket over my head, trying to block out the mounting dread that had settled in my gut. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a cold sweat, my body shaking uncontrollably. And that smell, it was back, thick and nauseating, clinging to the air like a rotten fog. I sat up, stomach churning, and as I did, I heard footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, moving closer and closer. I flipped on my flashlight and saw him. The man standing in the corner of the room watching me with those cold, empty eyes. His skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim light, and his mouth twisted into a sick smile as he took a step forward. I screamed, and in that instant Em and Sam jolted awake, their terrified cries filling the room. As if our screams broke some spell, he bolted out of the house, vanishing into the night. Em's parents came rushing down the stairs, and after hearing our panicked explanations, Em's mum called the cops. Her dad grabbed a shotgun and went down the road to see if he could find any trace of the intruder. The police arrived and took our statements, but I could tell they didn't quite believe us. They reassured us, saying they'd patrol the area, but deep down I knew that wouldn't be the end of it. The image of that man's face haunted me long after that night. It wasn't until weeks later that I learned the truth. The police eventually tracked him down and searched an old abandoned shed in the woods, a place we dared each other to explore more than once. Inside, they found 5 decomposing bodies. The smell that had clung to him that night was the stench of decaying flesh. And I realized then, with bone-chilling clarity, that if things had gone just a little differently, if we hadn't run fast enough, if we'd stayed out a moment too long, we would have ended up in that shed too. I work in risk management for a major bank in Manhattan, where the fast pace and stress can lead people to some unusual personalities. In 2019, a guy named Sebastian transferred to our office, and from the moment I met him, he seemed larger than life, constantly laughing, cracking jokes, always the center of attention. Happy hour was his stage, and we all quickly got used to his wild stories about his travels, celebrity encounters, and whirlwind romances. He was entertaining, sure, but as I got to know him better, I started to suspect his stories were more fantasy than fact. Still, he was easy company, so we continued hanging out now and then. Then, one day, Sebastian invited me to his family condo in St. Pete Beach, Florida. His mom, apparently wealthy, owned the condo along with homes in Beverly Hills and Colorado. He insisted it would be a fun getaway. I decided to bring my younger brother Tyler along for the trip, figuring it would be more relaxed if he was there too. When we arrived in Florida, I finally met Sebastian's sister at the airport. She was odd. She had a quirkiness I couldn't quite put my finger on, something that felt a little unsettling. The condo itself was spacious with 3 bedrooms, which was impressive, though the vibe of the place felt strangely off. That first night, we headed to some beach bars. It was a laid-back older crowd, but Sebastian was pounding shots like there was no tomorrow. His behavior quickly turned aggressive. He was hitting on every woman in sight, crossing lines in ways that made everyone around visibly uncomfortable. Tyler and I laughed it off at first, but then it became embarrassing, even disturbing. When a larger guy confronted him about talking to his girlfriend, I had to step in and apologize on his behalf to avoid a fight. Instead of calming down, Sebastian shoved me, calling me a traitor for not having his back. His sister didn't say much, but I caught her looking at him with a worried expression. Sebastian stormed off back to the condo, leaving us there. Tyler and I decided to stick around, and we even met a couple of girls who invited us to meet up later. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. So we eventually headed back to the condo, hoping Sebastian had cooled down. When we walked in, I expected him to be angry, but instead he leapt off the couch with an exaggerated grin, excitedly asking if we were ready to go out. It was as if the earlier incident never happened. But when I mentioned the girls we'd met, his smile vanished. Tyler, trying to lighten the mood, joked that the girls had come up to us after he left. Big mistake. Sebastian's face twisted in anger, and he stormed to his room, slamming the door so hard the walls shook. I whispered to his sister, "Is he always like this?" She stared back, her face unreadable, then replied coolly, "Like what?" The rest of the night felt off-kilter. Tyler and I went to our room to talk about what had happened. After some time, we heard slow, deliberate footsteps outside our door. They stopped right in front of us. I whispered to Tyler that Sebastian was standing right outside, listening. The footsteps remained for what felt like an eternity before fading away, only to be replaced by a low, disturbing laugh coming from the living room. Curious and unnerved, I cracked the door open to see him. There, in the dim light, Sebastian was standing in the corner, his head lowered, talking to himself, his words slurring into an eerie, guttural laugh. I could just make out him muttering my name, calling me an idiot, a traitor, things that didn't make sense but sent a chill down my spine. I quickly closed the door and returned to Tyler, both of us shaken. We tried to sleep, but around 3 a.m. I jolted awake, sensing someone in the room. I sat up, and there was Sebastian, standing by the door, his silhouette eerily still. He looked at me, his eyes unfocused, and without warning, he lunged at me, hands outstretched as if to strangle me, screaming accusations of betrayal and hatred. Tyler jumped from his bed, grabbing Sebastian and pulling him off me. As he stood in the corner, panting, he screamed that we were mocking him, trying to ruin him. The look in his eyes was pure, raw rage, something more animal than human. There was no reasoning with him. Tyler and I grabbed our things, not caring that it was the middle of the night. We called an Uber and left, staying at a hotel until our flight back on Sunday. For the next few weeks at the office, Sebastian wouldn't look at me. He kept his distance, and eventually, he transferred to another location. I never heard from him again, but I still remember that night. Standing in that dark condo, feeling as though I was face to face with someone or something monstrous. Whatever fractured part of Sebastian had surfaced that weekend, it left me with a cold dread that I've never been able to shake. There's something about childhood memories that seem so innocent, almost magical. I remember mine like snapshots frozen in time, especially the summers in our big backyard in Georgia. We had 2 whole acres of land, framed on 3 sides by dense woods that stretched endlessly. To me, it was like my own kingdom, complete with a trampoline, a hot tub, and an above-ground pool. My friends and I would spend countless hours out there, chasing each other across the grass, completely lost in our little world of adventure. One particular Friday night stands out from all the others. I was in 6th grade, and my friends, Mike, Michael, and Jason, had come over for a backyard sleepover. We were unstoppable, running wild, laughing so loud it seemed we could shake the trees themselves. We played soccer until we were exhausted, then ate way too much pizza as the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting long shadows over the yard. As night settled in, we set up 2 tents. The excitement crackled in the air, and the faint glow from the backyard lights cast eerie shapes against the trees. We were ready for our favorite game, manhunt. Mike and I paired up as the hiders while Michael and Jason would hunt. I slid under the trampoline, barely breathing, feeling my heartbeat echo in the still night. The only sounds were the distant crickets and the faint rustling of leaves as Michael and Jason crept through the yard, their flashlights sweeping the shadows. Then, just as I prepared to make a dash towards the house, A noise pierced the silence, a harsh rattle from the trash bins near the side of the house. My entire body froze. The motion-activated light snapped on, flooding the darkness with an almost blinding beam, and that's when I saw him. A tall figure, shrouded in dark clothes, standing just outside the ring of light. He wasn't moving towards us, just watching, like a shadow that had taken on a life of its own. Slowly, almost casually, he turned and walked straight into the woods, disappearing into the darkness without a sound. My heart hammered as I crawled out from under the trampoline, calling out to my friends that the game was over. We sprinted into the house, breathless, and told my dad everything. My dad went outside, flashlight in hand, combing the yard, peering down the road. But there was nothing. No trace of anyone. He urged us to sleep inside, but our nerves quickly turned to bravado, and we convinced ourselves it was probably just a random passerby. What were the odds he'd come back? Against all logic, we decided to head back out to our tents, our laughter shaky but loud as we tried to shrug off the fear. The night seemed darker now, the silence heavier, but eventually we calmed down, dozing off one by one. But just as sleep was beginning to pull me under, I heard it. A faint rhythmic crunch of footsteps on the grass, growing louder with each step. My entire body went rigid. My breath caught in my throat, and then the zipper of our tent began to move. Slowly the fabric parted, and there, crouching just outside the tent, was a face I'll never forget. It was him. His eyes locked onto mine, glinting with a strange, unsettling calm. He leaned forward, close enough for me to see the faint lines etched across his face. He murmured something inaudible, his voice low and sinister, a whisper that crawled down my spine. I screamed, a raw, desperate scream that seemed to shake the ground beneath us. Mike jolted awake beside me, and before he could even register what was happening, the man lunged, his hands gripping our ankles, his fingers cold and unyielding. He whispered again, "Stay quiet." Panic surged through me, and with a wild kick I broke free. Mike and I tumbled out of the tent, tearing across the yard, our screams mingling with the sound of pounding footsteps as we hurtled toward the house. My dad met us at the door, his face a mix of horror and confusion as we stumbled inside, gasping out what had just happened. The police arrived soon after, their flashing lights casting eerie patterns across the yard. They searched, took our statements, and reassured us that they'd keep an eye on the area. But deep down we knew they wouldn't find him. He was a shadow that melted into the night, slipping back into the woods without a trace. From that night on, my backyard was never the same. The trampoline, the hot tub, even the familiar backyard lights, they all felt like silent witnesses, haunted by the memory of that man's face, his voice, his hands. And every time I heard the faint crunch of footsteps on the grass, my stomach would twist with dread, as if he might be lurking just beyond the trees, watching, waiting. Some memories cling to you, like a shadow you can't shake. And sometimes the monsters aren't just in your dreams. They're standing right outside your door, waiting for the perfect moment to step into your world. I used to house sit for a family every year while they went on their big vacation, and each visit left me a little more unsettled. It was always the same strange occurrences, the kind you brushed off as quirks of an old house. But what happened during their last trip changed everything. I was in my 20s, scraping by with part-time gigs, and this house-sitting job was a decent side hustle. For 2 weeks I'd watch over their house, care for their 4 cats, and enjoy the escape from my own tense home life. It was supposed to be an easy job, but that year, something had shifted. On the first few nights, everything seemed fine. The cats were well behaved, the house quiet, and I slept in the guest room. My boyfriend came over one evening to keep me company, sensing the slight discomfort I always felt there. We had dinner, watched TV, and for a while I forgot about my unease. But as midnight approached, his mood changed. I don't know what it is, but I have this feeling. "I need to go home tonight," he said, visibly tense. He urged me to come with him, but I was set on staying. After all, I told myself I was used to this place. I'd even handled some creepy incidents in the past. But after he left, things began to change. I locked up, set the security alarm, and got ready for bed. Just as I lay down, the TV switched on by itself. It wasn't the show we'd been watching. It was static, a dead channel, filling the room with eerie white noise. I reached for the remote, but it was nowhere near me. Shivers ran down my spine as I turned the TV off, only for it to flicker back to life moments later, the static filling the silence like an intruder. Trying to brush it off as faulty wiring, I unplugged the TV entirely and went to sleep on the couch. But the lingering unease kept me awake. The next night, my boyfriend returned, and I told him about the TV. He looked at me with concern and urged me again to leave. But this time, curiosity won over fear. That night, we sat in the living room trying to shake off the nervousness. But then, something else happened. From downstairs in the basement came the faint sound of crying, a sound so soft yet piercing it felt as if the house itself was holding its breath. I froze, my mind racing, trying to rationalize. It sounded like a baby, but there were no babies in that house. Then I remembered. Cats can sometimes sound like babies when they're distressed. 3 of the 4 cats were there with us, but the youngest one, a curious little thing, was missing. I took a shaky breath and made my way to the basement following the faint cries. Each creak of the stairs felt amplified, the shadows deepening with every step. As I reached the bottom, the crying stopped. The silence was suffocating my pulse, deafening in my ears. I looked around, calling for the cat, searching every corner of that dark basement. When I finally found the little one, it was locked in the spare room, eyes wide as though it had seen something it couldn't comprehend. Back upstairs, I thought I could finally relax. We continued the movie, my mind brushing aside the basement incident as I fed the cats. They ate in the kitchen, then usually slinked away to rest in the bedrooms. But soon after, as we settled back into the movie, the cries returned. This time louder, more desperate, coming again from the basement. My boyfriend's face went pale, and I could see the fear in his eyes as he silently begged me not to go back down there. But I couldn't ignore it. Turning on the basement light, I started down the stairs, each step a betrayal of my better judgment. I called out the little cat's name, my voice barely steady. The crying grew louder, but something felt different. The pitch was sharper, the tone wrong. My skin prickled as I descended, and when I reached the bottom, the sound ceased, leaving a heavy silence that felt like a presence all its own. But there was no cat, nothing at all. Panic hit me and I bolted up the stairs, my heart pounding. When I reached the kitchen, I found my boyfriend staring at something, frozen in horror. I followed his gaze and felt the blood drain from my face. All 4 cats were there, gathered around his feet, staring up at us with unblinking eyes. No cat had been in the basement, not one. I didn't hesitate. Without a word, we grabbed my things, threw them into a bag, and left that house without looking back. I returned only to feed the cats once a day, entering as quickly as I could, feeling that silent weight of dread each time I stepped inside. On the last day, I dropped off the keys, left a note thanking them for the opportunity, and vowed never to return. I could still hear the faint echoes of the cries, as if the house itself had a memory it wouldn't let go. Later, on the drive back, I called my sibling, the only person who knew the unsettling experiences I'd had there. I'll never forget their response when I told them about that final night. They'd had a similar experience during their own stay, but never told me. They hadn't wanted to scare me away from the money I needed so badly. But now I understood. That house didn't just hold memories. It collected them, and every year it seemed to grow hungrier. Since that night, I've never gone back. Some houses don't just remember their past, they invite you into it. It was supposed to be an ordinary night, a simple dog-sitting gig for some extra cash before college. My name's Kelsey. I was 17 back then. My friends Haley and Sammy joined me for the night. Haley was 23, tall and confident, while Sammy at 22 was equally bold. We had the house to ourselves, a cozy place with a charming sunroom, perfect for unwinding with a little vodka and laughter. We were deep in our own world when the phone started to ring, a peculiar jarring sound in the middle of our fun. But what was strange, unsettling even, was that the phone was supposed to be disconnected. Ignoring the first few rings, we assumed it would stop. But it didn't. The calls were relentless, as though someone was on the other end waiting for us to answer. Against our better judgment, Sammy finally picked up. A man's voice came through, calm yet urgent. He claimed he had the homeowner's wallet, left at a gas station about 25 minutes away. He insisted, almost pleading, that we come and get it right away. The story didn't make sense, and each word dripped with something unnatural, something that set every one of my instincts on edge. Sammy, firm but polite, told him we'd come for it in the morning. But as we hung up, an icy chill settled over us, as if the house itself was listening. Trying to shake the feeling, we huddled in the back bedroom, grabbing the dog, Willis, and locking ourselves inside. Every creak of the house felt amplified. After some tense whispers, we convinced ourselves that the man was just trying to help, and we were being paranoid. Hours slipped by in a haze of more drinks and forced laughter as we tried to bury the lingering discomfort. We decided to watch a funny movie to lighten the mood, migrating to the living room. The sunroom, where Willis had free access to the backyard, felt far too exposed. But we left the inner door open for him to go outside. After all, we were in a safe neighborhood, and if anything happened, Willis would bark, right? The clock crept toward 3 a.m., that quiet, eerie hour when the world feels still and every shadow takes on a life of its own. We were all on the couches, lost in the movie's bright humor, when a cold, prickling sensation washed over me. That unshakable feeling of being watched, as though something had slipped in, hiding in plain sight. I turned, and there, in the dim light spilling from the kitchen, was a dark figure. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat louder than the last. The figure was hunched over, rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, moving with a casualness that was bone-chilling. For a moment, I thought I was imagining things. But as I stared, it hit me. This wasn't a dream. There was someone in the house. I nudged Haley, my voice barely a whisper. "Haley, I think there's someone in the kitchen." She turned, and the moment her eyes locked onto the figure, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence. The intruder's head whipped around. For one dreadful moment, our eyes met. His gaze was icy blue, piercing, sharp against the shadows, a gaze that seemed to reach right through me. The rest of him was shrouded in darkness. A black hoodie, pants, gloves, even a ski mask that hid all but those horrifying eyes. Sammy, gathering courage I didn't know she had, shouted, "Get the hell out!" Her voice was loud, but the figure didn't flinch. He simply turned, unhurried, and glided back through the sunroom, disappearing into the night as silently as he'd come. The three of us bolted to the farthest corner of the room, our backs pressed against the wall, shaking as we dialed 911. The police arrived within minutes, scouring the house, checking every shadow, every corner. They took our statements, then sat outside the house, watching for any sign of the stranger. But we couldn't bear to stay any longer. Our things, booze, car keys, even Willis, were left behind as we fled into the night. The next morning we returned, apprehensive and exhausted. The house was quiet, its once welcoming rooms now haunted by last night's memories. Inside, it was clear the intruder had left more than just a chilling presence. Clothes were strewn about, as if he'd been looking for something, and near the doggy door were crumbs, signs of his eerie passage. Willis hadn't barked, hadn't alerted us. Somehow, this stranger had slipped in unnoticed, moving through our space as though it was his own. We still don't know who he was, or why he'd come. The phone calls, the wallet, and that midnight visit all remain a mystery, a chilling reminder of the terror that lurks just beyond our sight, waiting, watching. I never went back to that house. I've always loved animals. Ever since I was a kid, they'd been my escape, my purpose, which led me down the path of becoming a veterinary assistant. But to supplement my income, I had this little side job of house-sitting and taking care of pets for people when they went away on vacations. I'd looked after all kinds, dogs, cats, even a few birds and bugs. But there was one job, a job that still haunts me. One day, I got a message from a man named Jeremy. He needed someone to watch over his two pets. a large macaw named Ringo, and a cat named Casper, for the weekend. He was offering $300, which seemed fair, so I accepted. Jeremy invited me over to meet the pets before he left. His house was a modest, unassuming corner home in an older neighborhood. Jeremy himself was in his late 50s, graying hair, a friendly smile. He seemed normal enough. Animal lovers usually are, right? But there was something just slightly off about the way he kept looking at me, lingering stares that sent a chill through me. I shook it off, chalking it up to nervousness. He showed me around the house, introducing me to Ringo, a huge, vibrantly feathered bird who greeted me with a strange phrase, "Daddy's home." The way he said it felt oddly rehearsed, like something he'd repeated too many times. Jeremy chuckled, explaining that it was a favorite of Ringo's, along with a few other phrases he liked to parrot. Then came the cat, Casper, a silent and elusive creature who slinked through the house like a shadow. Jeremy ran me through the usual instructions, feeding schedules, cage cleaning, and mentioned that I'd be sleeping in the guest bedroom upstairs. But he was firm about one rule, not to enter any other bedrooms. That restriction felt like a red flag, but again, I pushed it aside. After Jeremy left, the house grew unnervingly quiet. I tried to settle in, flipping through channels on the TV, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Ringo, sitting silently in his cage, seemed to follow my every move with his dark, beady eyes. Finally, I decided to call it a night, leaving the bedroom door open for a bit of comfort. But somewhere in the depths of the night, I awoke to the sharp sound of two loud cracking noises. My heart raced as I sat up, listening, but the house had fallen silent once again. I tried to reassure myself. It was probably just Ringo moving in his cage. I fell back asleep, but my rest was uneasy, haunted by unsettling dreams I couldn't remember upon waking. The next day passed quietly enough. I took care of Casper, cleaned Ringo's cage, and even let him out for a while. He perched on the back of the couch, his eyes fixed on me in that eerie, knowing way. At one point, I decided to get out of the house, going for a walk and grabbing a bite to eat, anything to escape the strange atmosphere that seemed to cling to Jeremy's home. That night, I was determined to sleep soundly, but once again I was jolted awake, this time to the sound of my bedroom door creaking shut. My heart froze as I stared at the now closed door. The windows were open, but there was no draft strong enough to pull the door closed. It made no sense. I strained to listen and heard a faint shuffling sound downstairs. Ringo was awake, pacing around in his cage, muttering under his breath. When I reached him, he fixed his gaze on me and said, clear as day, "Daddy's home." A chill ran down my spine. The way he said it was too real, almost like he was mimicking someone who was actually there. I gave him a treat, trying to calm him down, but the feeling of dread only grew. I returned to the guest bedroom, leaving the door open wide, determined to get through the night. But then, not long after, I woke again. This time it wasn't a sound that woke me. It was a presence. A dark, shifting mass hovered in the middle of the room. It seemed to float, creeping slowly away from my bed and towards the open doorway. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to scream but found myself paralyzed, unable to make a sound. And just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished into the hallway. I fumbled for my phone, desperate for light, only to find a message from Jeremy sent just after I'd given Ringo that treat. The message read, "If Ringo makes noise in the night, ignore it." I reread the text over and over, feeling a sense of nausea wash over me. That dark mass. Had it been real? Was I losing my mind, or was there something sinister happening in this house? Determined not to stay another night, I leapt from the bed and began packing, my hands shaking as I shoved clothes into my bag. I moved as quietly as I could, not wanting to alert whatever else might be in the house. But as I crept down the hallway, I heard a faint sound, a rhythmic creaking coming from the other side of the door to the master bedroom. My heart hammered in my chest, a voice in my head telling me to just leave. But something compelled me to press my ear to the door. The sound was unmistakable. The slow, steady creak of a rocking bed. I knocked, barely able to force the words out. "Jeremy, are you in there?" Silence. The creaking had stopped. Every nerve in my body screamed for me to run, but I managed to ask again, louder this time. "Jeremy, if you're in here, I need to know." Nothing but silence. I bolted. I grabbed my things, tossed the key on the table, and didn't look back as I sped out of that house, my pulse pounding in my ears. On the drive home, I left Jeremy a furious voice message, telling him I was considering going to the police. Almost instantly, he tried calling me back, over and over. I couldn't bear to pick up, letting each call go to voicemail. Eventually, he texted me saying that his brother had come home unexpectedly, that there was nothing for me to worry about. But I knew he was lying. I could feel it. He paid me through an app, and that was the last I heard from him. The next day, as I went to unpack, I realized something chilling. An article of clothing was missing from my bag. Something I knew I had packed carefully. I don't know what happened in that house, and part of me never wants to know. I try not to think about that weekend, but some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, the faint echo of Ringo's words lingering in my mind. Daddy's home. It was supposed to be just another uneventful night, nothing more than a simple dog-sitting job to earn a little extra cash before the chaos of college started. My name is Mia, and I was 17 back then. Joining me were my friends Olivia, 23, tall, confident, and always fearless, and Chloe, 22, equally bold. We had the entire house to ourselves, a cozy, charming space with a sunroom that felt perfect for unwinding. We settled in with some vodka, laughter, and the comfort of knowing we had the night all to ourselves. But that night was far from ordinary. The phone rang, a shrill, jarring sound that sliced through our conversation. It was strange, almost unsettling, because the phone line was supposed to be disconnected. We all exchanged uneasy glances and assumed it was just a glitch, but the ringing didn't stop. It just kept coming, relentless, like something, or someone, was waiting for us to answer. Against our better judgment, Chloe grabbed the receiver. The voice on the other end was calm, too calm. It sent a chill straight to my bones. He claimed he had the homeowner's wallet, left at a gas station about 25 minutes away. He begged us, no, insisted, that we come and pick it up right away. The story made no sense. Why would someone leave it at a gas station? Why didn't he just leave it with the station attendants? But the voice, it was wrong. There was something off about it. Something that made every fiber of my being scream, don't trust him. Chloe, still trying to be polite, told him we'd come in the morning. As we hung up, the air in the house seemed to grow colder, heavier, like something had entered. Something unseen. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We decided to huddle together in the back bedroom, pulling the dog, Duke, in with us and locking the door. Every sound in the house was amplified, the creaking of the floorboards, the ticking of the clock. But as the night wore on, we tried to convince ourselves it was nothing, just paranoia. The man on the phone was probably just some weird guy trying to be helpful. Nothing to be afraid of, right? The hours dragged on, filled with nervous laughter and the clink of empty bottles. We eventually moved to the living room, hoping a funny movie would break the tension. But the sunroom, where Duke had free access to the backyard, felt too exposed. Still, we left the inner door open for him, trusting that if anything went wrong, he'd bark. We were in a safe neighborhood after all. What could possibly happen? Then, it happened. The clock ticked closer to 3 a.m., that hour when everything in the world seems to stop, when the shadows feel like they're closing in, when the silence is thick and suffocating. We were all slumped on the couches, half-heartedly watching the movie, when the air changed. It grew colder, thicker, and a creeping sensation washed over me. A sensation I couldn't shake. The feeling that something was wrong. Something wasn't right. I turned, my gaze drifting toward the dim light spilling from the kitchen. And that's when I saw it, a figure, dark and hunched, moving through the kitchen with an unsettling casualness, rifling through the cabinets. My heart stopped. I thought I was imagining it. I blinked, but the figure didn't disappear. It was real. Someone was in the house. I nudged Olivia, my voice barely a whisper. "Olivia, I think there's someone in the kitchen." She turned, her eyes locking onto the figure. Her face went pale, and in a split second, a scream tore from her throat, high-pitched, shrill and full of pure terror. The figure whipped its head around, its eyes locking onto ours. I'll never forget that gaze, icy blue, cold and predatory, as though it was staring right through me. The rest of his face was obscured by the darkness, hidden behind a black hoodie, pants, gloves, and a ski mask. But those eyes were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Chloe, who I never thought would find the courage, shouted, "Get the hell out!" Her voice was shaky, but it was enough. The figure didn't flinch. He didn't run. He didn't even seem to care. Slowly, methodically, he turned and disappeared into the night, moving through the sunroom like he had all the time in the world. We bolted, our hearts pounding in our chests as we ran to the farthest corner of the room. Our hands were shaking as we dialed 911, barely able to keep it together. The police arrived quickly, searching the house, checking every nook and cranny. They questioned us, wrote down our statements, and sat outside waiting for any sign of the intruder. But there was nothing. The house was silent, but we couldn't bear to stay another second. We grabbed what we could, our car keys, our booze, and fled into the night, leaving Duke behind. The next morning we returned, exhausted, terrified, and dreading what we might find. The house was eerily quiet. The once welcoming rooms felt empty, haunted by the memories of last night. And as we stepped inside, it was clear that the intruder had been looking for something. Clothes were scattered around as though he had rifled through them, searching for something. Near the doggy door, we found crumbs, strange little pieces of food that seemed out of place. But what stood out the most? Duke. He hadn't barked, not a single peep from him. It was as though he'd known the man, like he was a part of the house, like he belonged. We never figured out who he was or what he wanted. The phone calls, the wallet, the midnight visit, all of it remains a mystery, and I don't think I'll ever have the answers. But what I do know is this: some things are better left in the dark, because in the dark, there's something waiting, watching, and it might just slip right past you without you ever knowing it was there. And that's what terrifies me the most. I was killed in the wreck. It was the fall of 1996, a night etched into my memory like a scar. It was one of those rainy nights where the sky seemed angry and the world felt heavier. The storm had been raging for hours, and the roads were slick and treacherous. I was driving my old beat-up sedan along Route 47. My friend Ben was in the passenger seat, nervously tapping his foot. He hated driving in the rain, but we didn't have much of a choice. We were coming back from a small family gathering, hours away from home, and the weather had taken a sudden turn for the worse. The rain beat down on the windshield, and even with the wipers working overtime, I could barely see the road ahead. The headlights illuminated only a few feet in front of the car, casting eerie shadows on the wet asphalt. I kept my grip tight on the steering wheel, my knuckles white, trying to focus on keeping us on the road. Ben kept glancing out the window, but there wasn't much to see, just endless sheets of rain pouring from the sky. Out of nowhere, we heard a loud screech. It took me a second to realize that it wasn't coming from us. It was another car. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a pair of headlights speeding toward us. They were coming too fast. Before I could react, the car behind us swerved, trying to avoid us, but ended up clipping the back of our car. The impact sent us spinning out of control. I could feel the tires lose their grip on the road, and in a matter of seconds, we were sliding sideways. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion. The car skidded toward the guardrail, and all I could do was hold on, bracing for the inevitable crash. The sound of metal crunching and glass shattering filled the air as we slammed into the guardrail, the front of the car crumpling like a tin can. My head whipped forward, and the seatbelt dug painfully into my chest. When we finally came to a stop, there was an eerie silence. The only sound was the rain pounding on the roof of the car and the faint hissing of steam rising from the wrecked engine. My heart was racing and my body was shaking. I turned to Ben, but he wasn't moving. Panic surged through me as I tried to unbuckle my seatbelt, my hands trembling. I called his name, hoping he was just dazed, but there was no response. I managed to unbuckle myself and turn toward him again. His head was slumped to the side, blood dripping from a gash on his forehead. I reached over and shook him gently, my voice shaky as I called his name again. This time he stirred, groaning in pain. Relief washed over me for a moment, but it quickly faded when I looked down at his legs. The front of the car had been crushed inward, and his right leg was pinned beneath the twisted metal. My stomach churned at the sight. I didn't know what to do. The rain was still coming down hard, and the visibility was almost zero. No one else was on the road, and there was no way I could move the wreckage by myself. I reached for my phone, but there was no signal. Not surprising for this part of the highway. I tried to comfort Ben as best as I could, but he was in and out of consciousness, his face pale and sweaty. Time seemed to stretch on forever. I was scared, helpless, and completely alone in the middle of a storm with my friend barely hanging on. It felt like an eternity before I saw flashing lights through the rain. A car pulled up behind us, and two paramedics rushed over. They worked quickly, but I could see the grim expressions on their faces when they realized the extent of Ben's injury. His leg was too far gone, crushed beyond repair. I stood there in shock, watching as they cut him free and loaded him onto a stretcher. The realization that he was about to lose his leg hit me like a punch to the gut, but there was nothing I could do. The hospital later confirmed what I already knew. Ben's leg had to be amputated. The crash had shattered it completely, leaving no other option. I still think about that night sometimes, the rain, the darkness, and the sound of the crash replaying in my head. It was a night that changed everything in the blink of an eye. A reminder of how quickly things can Wasn't a sound, no footsteps, no movement, just the distant hum of insects and the soft rustling of the leaves in the breeze. I walked around the car. I saw. It was the fall of 1999, a night that still lingers in my mind like a ghost that refuses to fade. The storm that night was wild, the kind that shakes the earth and makes the world feel like it's holding its breath. Rain poured down in furious torrents and the roads were slick, treacherous. I was driving my old, beaten-up sedan along Route 47 with my friend Ben sitting tensely beside me. He hated the rain, and his foot tapped nervously against the floor, as though his leg couldn't decide whether to run or stay still. But we didn't have a choice. We were hours from home, returning from a family gathering, and the weather had turned on us suddenly, like some dark omen. The rain battered the windshield, the wipers fighting a losing battle to clear the view. Even with them scraping back and forth at full speed, I could barely see a few feet in front of us. The headlights only managed to cast ghostly, wavering shadows onto the wet asphalt. Shadows that seemed to shift and move with the storm. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white as I focused on keeping the car steady. Ben kept glancing out his window, but there was nothing to see, only the relentless rain pouring from the dark sky. Then out of nowhere there was a loud, piercing screech. It took me a second to realize it wasn't us. It was another car. In the rearview mirror, I caught sight of headlights barreling towards us fast. Too fast. Before I could react, the car behind us swerved sharply to avoid hitting us head-on, but instead clipped the back of our sedan. The impact sent us spinning wildly out of control. Everything slowed down, like we were trapped in a nightmare that refused to end. The tires lost their grip, and we slid sideways, hurtling toward the guardrail. In those terrifying seconds, all I could do was hold on, my heart pounding as I braced for the inevitable crash. The sound of crunching metal and shattering glass tore through the night as we collided with the guardrail, the front of the car folding in on itself like a tin can. My head snapped forward, and the seatbelt dug painfully into my chest. Finally, we came to a stop, and a heavy, eerie silence settled around us. All I could hear was the relentless rain pounding against the car roof, and the faint hiss of steam rising from the battered engine. My hands were shaking, my heart racing. I turned to Ben, praying he was all right, but he wasn't moving. A cold wave of panic washed over me as I tried to unbuckle my seatbelt, my hands trembling so badly it took a few tries. I called his name, my voice shaky and desperate, but there was no response. Somehow I managed to unbuckle myself and leaned over to check on him. His head was slumped to the side, blood trickling from a deep gash on his forehead. My stomach twisted at the sight. I shook him gently, calling his name again, my voice barely above a whisper. This time he stirred, groaning in pain. Relief flooded through me, but it vanished just as quickly when I looked down at his legs. The front of the car had been crushed inward, trapping his right leg beneath the twisted metal. I felt a wave of nausea as I took in the sight. The unnatural angle of his leg, the blood staining his jeans. I was frozen, not knowing what to do. The rain continued to beat down, and visibility was still close to zero. There was no one else on the road, no sign of help, and I knew there was no way I could free him by myself. I reached for my phone, but as I feared, there was no signal. Not out here, in this desolate stretch of highway. I tried to keep Ben awake, talking to him softly, telling him everything would be all right, even though my own voice shook with fear. He drifted in and out of consciousness, his face growing paler with each passing minute. The hours dragged on, stretching out like a nightmare without end. I was cold, wet, and utterly alone, trapped in the darkness with my friend slipping further away. It felt like an eternity before I saw the faint flashing lights cutting through the rain. Relief washed over me as a car pulled up behind us, and 2 paramedics rushed toward us. They worked quickly, but I could see the grim expressions on their faces when they saw Ben's leg. It was crushed beyond repair. There was nothing they could do to save it. I stood there numb, watching as they carefully cut him free and loaded him onto a stretcher. The reality of what had happened hit me like a punch to the gut. Ben was going to lose his leg. Later at the hospital, the doctors confirmed what I already knew deep down. His leg had to be amputated. The crash had shattered it so completely that there was no other option. That night changed everything. The storm, the darkness, the sound of metal bending and glass breaking. It all replays in my mind, over and over, a haunting reminder of how quickly everything can slip away. The night I almost didn't come back home is something I'll never forget. I had just turned 16, and my family decided it was time I got some driving practice. Normally, we'd order Papa John's delivery, but that night, my mom suggested we pick it up ourselves, thinking it would be a good way for me to get more time behind the wheel. We even left early, and as if by some twist of fate, the pizza was ready ahead of schedule. So with the pizza steaming on the seat beside me, we headed home. Once we got back, I could still feel the thrill of being on the road, as if we had somehow escaped something. We were setting up for dinner, our minds on nothing but the warm meal waiting for us. But that peaceful moment was shattered by a rumbling sound, distant at first, but growing louder and more threatening by the second. Then, in the blink of an eye, a fiery red blur streaked past our window, so fast we could hardly register it. Before we could even react, there was a deafening crash, a sound that seemed to echo from every corner of the street, followed by the sickening screech of metal grinding against metal. We bolted to the window. Down the street, we saw it. A bright red sports car crushed into a parked minivan, both vehicles mangled, twisted almost beyond recognition. My mom, panic-stricken, ran out to check for survivors and call for help, leaving my brother and me inside. We stayed glued to the window, watching helplessly as people gathered, their faces pale with shock. It was then that the story started to unfold, in whispers among neighbors. 2 parties had been going on that evening. One a family reunion at our neighbor's house, the other up the street at the house of the guy who owned that red sports car. Apparently, some stranger had crashed the party, someone no one knew, who had been slipping drugs and alcohol to guests, especially the car's owner. As everyone got more distracted, this man started making off with valuables, sneaking them out one by one until he made his boldest move yet. He stole the car. The thief tore down our street, only to catch the attention of the police, who had seen him speed by, breaking every limit in the book. The thief panicked and floored it, his escape turning into a reckless blur as he pushed the car to its limits. But he lost control, sending the car hurtling straight into the minivan, parked on the side of the street. There was something about that minivan that made the whole scene even more haunting. The owner, our neighbor's daughter, had been getting ready to leave. She had packed everything, all set to go, except her baby, who was still inside with her. Normally her baby was quiet, calm, but on this night, something made that baby scream, almost out of nowhere. She had stayed behind to calm her child, delaying her departure by just a few moments. That delay had saved their lives. Had that baby not cried, both mother and child would have been in the van at the very moment the red car came crashing into it. Thinking of how close it had been sent a chill down my spine. The lives that could have ended in an instant, all by chance, a few seconds here, a baby's cry there. As I stood there shaken, I realized something else. We too had left earlier than usual, and the pizza was ready ahead of schedule. If everything had been normal, I would have been on that road at the exact time that red car blazed by. I was only just learning to drive, and in that moment, I knew I wouldn't have had the skill to react to a car speeding out of control like that. The man who stole the car was still alive somehow, though his freedom was short-lived. He was arrested on the spot, taken away as people whispered, some in anger, others in horror, over the close call. Later, we learned he was charged with theft, reckless driving, and endangering lives. Insurance would cover the loss of the van, but no insurance could replace the sense of peace that had been shattered that night. As for me, the thought of what could have happened kept me awake, haunted by the what-ifs that lingered in every corner of my mind. The first snowfall of the year blanketed our little town in a deadly stillness. For most, snow is a welcome sight, a sign of warmth, fireplaces crackling, and children's laughter echoing in the frosty air. But for us, snow was a harbinger of fear. It didn't just fall softly, it came relentlessly, burying everything in its path until the roads were lost, the power lines snapped, and you were left in suffocating silence. This winter was unlike anything I had ever seen. By mid-December, the snow was piled up to windows. Streets resembled frozen graveyards, and stepping outside felt like entering an icy tomb. That's when the deaths began. I remember the call vividly. I was sitting at my desk in the station, staring out the frosted window when the phone rang. Todd Everly was dead. Todd, a quiet man I'd known since high school, was found slumped in his car parked outside his house. Hypothermia, they said. But the engine was still running. The heat was on full blast. His body, still warm, made no sense. I wanted to believe it was a freak accident, an anomaly. But a week later, Janice Turner was found frozen in her living room. The fireplace was aglow, the space heater humming beside her, and yet she died as if winter itself had seeped into her veins. By the time the third death came, a boy no older than 15 who hadn't even stepped outside, it was clear this was no ordinary winter. Something was terribly, horribly wrong. They put me on the case, maybe because they thought I had nothing left to lose. They weren't wrong. 2 years ago I buried my daughter, Sophia. She was 7, killed in a car accident on a patch of black ice. The truck couldn't stop. I couldn't breathe. My marriage dissolved, and the only thing that kept me going was work. But this case was tearing open wounds I'd tried to seal shut. Desperate for answers, I dug into the town's history. Hours in the library led me to a chilling discovery, the winter of 1823. Back then, this wasn't even a town, just a small settlement. That year the cold was so brutal that crops failed, livestock froze, and starvation gripped the settlers. In their desperation, they turned to a local legend, the spirit of winter. It was said to punish those who displeased it with death, unless appeased with offerings. At first they sacrificed food, valuables, and animals. When that didn't work, they made a darker choice, their children. The youngest from each family was taken to the center of the settlement and sacrificed. But the spirit wasn't appeased. By spring, every single settler was dead. I wanted to dismiss it as a grim tale to explain a harsh winter, but the deeper I delved, the more it felt real. And the whispers, they didn't stop. One night I couldn't ignore them anymore. Armed with a flashlight, I followed the voices into the woods. The snow crunched under my boots, and the whispers grew louder, guiding me to a clearing hidden deep within the forest. There, beneath the snow, I uncovered a circle of charred stones. In the center, buried in ice, was something that stopped my heart. A face, frozen, twisted, and alive with terror. I don't remember running back to town, but I did. I told myself it was exhaustion, the cold playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I knew the truth. The spirit of winter wasn't just a story, it was real, and it was still hungry. By spring, the town had lost nearly 20 people. I couldn't save them. I couldn't even save myself from the nightmares that still haunt me. I packed up and left as soon as the snow melted. But sometimes, when the winter nights are long and the air grows deathly cold, I hear them again, the whispers, and I wonder, is it coming for me next? The tapping started just after sunset. A slow, deliberate rhythm, like small, icy fingers drumming against the glass. It shouldn't have been possible. We were miles from anyone, trapped in a blizzard that had turned the world outside into a churning white abyss. Yet there it was, tap, tap, tap. It had been a peaceful Christmas Eve. At least that's how it began. My family and I had come to our cabin in the Rockies, a yearly tradition to escape the city and its noise. My dad always called the cabin our sanctuary, a slice of heaven nestled in the mountains. It was the kind of place where time slowed down, the kind of place you could almost forget the rest of the world existed. Almost. The snow began falling around noon, soft and serene. By dusk, the quiet flurries had morphed into a howling blizzard. The wind screamed against the walls, rattling the windows as if it wanted in. "It's fine," Dad said, poking at the fireplace until it roared. "This cabin's seen worse. We'll be warm and cozy all night." But when the power went out, the cozy warmth vanished, replaced by a suffocating unease. We were playing a board game in the flickering glow of the fire when it happened. Abby, my little sister, was mid-laugh as she rolled the dice. Then the lights blinked once, twice, and died. "Great," Mom sighed, reaching for a flashlight. Dad stood, brushing ash off his hands. "Generator's out. I'll take care of it." "Do you really think you should go out there?" Mom's voice was taut, like a stretched wire. "It's just 5 minutes," Dad said, pulling on his coat. "I'll be back before you even miss me." But 5 minutes turned into 10, then 20. "Dad's taking too long," Abby whispered, her voice trembling. I tried to reassure her, but the knot in my stomach tightened with every passing second. Grabbing a lantern, I stood. "I'll go check on him." "No," Mum said firmly, her eyes darting to the windows. "Stay here, he'll come back." But deep down, we both knew she didn't believe that. Stepping outside was like walking into another world. The wind roared, the snow whipped at my face, and the cold was so sharp it felt alive. I pushed through the drifts toward the small shed where the generator was kept. It was empty. "Dad?" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the storm. And then I saw them, footprints in the snow, leading away from the shed. But they weren't Dad's. They were small, barefoot, like a child's. They vanished into the trees, disappearing into the storm's swirling chaos. My breath caught in my throat, and a primal fear crawled up my spine. Something was wrong. When I stumbled back into the cabin, Mom's face was pale, her pacing frantic. "Did you find him?" she asked, gripping the back of a chair. I shook my head. "No." But there were footprints, small ones, like a kid's. Her eyes widened, her hand tightening on Abby's shoulder. "That's not possible." I didn't argue. I didn't have the words. As the hours dragged on, the cabin grew colder, quieter, wrong. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering with the firelight. But it wasn't just the shadows. It was the sounds. At first it was faint, soft footsteps like someone padding through the hallway. "Do you hear that?" Abby whispered, clutching her blanket. Mom nodded, but didn't speak. Then came the tapping, slow, deliberate, on the living room window. Tap, tap, tap. We froze, our breaths visible in the icy air. "It's just the wind," Mom said, but her voice wavered. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands shaking, and aimed it at the window. For a split second, I saw it. A face. Pale, almost translucent, with hollow black eyes pressed against the glass. But then, it was gone. "We're not alone," I whispered, the words barely audible. Before we could process it, the fire went out, plunging the room into darkness. Abby screamed, and I fumbled to relight the lantern. The temperature plummeted. The air was heavy with something unseen, something wrong. And then, the voices began. "Come outside," a childlike voice whispered, playful yet cold. Mom's face turned ashen. "Stay here," she said, standing to lock the doors. "No," I shouted. "Don't go." She hesitated, then nodded, pulling us close. We stayed together, but the voices grew louder, overlapping and echoing through the cabin. They weren't just outside anymore. They were inside. That's when I noticed the footprints again, small, frost-covered impressions leading from the front door into the hallway. And then came the laughter, high-pitched, childlike, but twisted. "Wrong. They're in here," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "We have to leave," Mum said, her grip tightening on Abby and me. "The storm," I started, but she cut me off. "It doesn't matter, we can't stay." We threw on our coats and made a break for the truck. The snow was waist deep, and the wind screamed like a living thing. When we reached the truck, Mum fumbled with the keys. The engine sputtered, refusing to start. "Come on!" she yelled, slamming her hand against the dashboard. Then I saw them, figures, small and thin, standing in the distance. Their faces were ghostly white, their eyes voids of endless black. They didn't move. They just watched, their heads tilting in unison. "Drive!" I screamed. The engine roared to life and we tore down the snowy road. In the rearview mirror, the figures disappeared into the swirling whiteout. We made it to town by dawn, frostbitten and terrified. The police didn't believe us. They said Dad must have gotten lost in the storm, and the rest was just our imaginations. But I know what we saw. We never found Dad. And sometimes, on cold winter nights, I still hear it. The tapping on the window, the laughter in the dark. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones. That's what we were up against. Not the kind of cold you escape by piling on layers, but the kind that feels alive, creeping into every crack and crevice, making you wonder if the world itself has died. That's the cold we faced at the nameless lake in the Arctic Circle. Our team of 5 scientists had come to study the ice. Simple stuff. Take core samples, analyze them, and leave. Or at least, that's what we told ourselves. But this place wasn't like anywhere else. The lake wasn't marked on any map, just coordinates handed down by higher-ups. It didn't even feel real, like it had been forgotten by time. The first night, the isolation felt thrilling. We were surrounded by endless white, a horizon so still it was unnerving. Our camp consisted of heated tents, a generator, and the essentials. No luxuries, just survival. The team was a mix of personalities. Dr. Holt, our calm, unshakable leader. Sarah, the sharp and meticulous geologist. Mark, the boisterous engineer with a laugh as loud as his drills. Ellie, a marine biologist barely out of grad school. And me, the data analyst, always in the background. That night, as the wind howled over the lake, I couldn't sleep. The cold pressed in like a living thing. That's when I first heard it. A low hum. It wasn't the wind, nor the generator. It was deeper, resonating through the ground like a heartbeat. I told myself it was just the ice shifting, but the sound stayed with me, worming its way into my thoughts. The next morning, Ellie asked, "Did anyone hear something weird last night?" Mark laughed, besides Holt's snoring. But Ellie wasn't joking. It sounded like the ice was humming. Holt dismissed it, chalking it up to thermal expansion, but even he didn't sound convinced. We started drilling that day. The ice was strange, harder than it should have been, almost unyielding, like it had been hiding something for centuries. The first core sample brought up something unsettling, a dark shadow trapped deep within the ice. At first we thought it was sediment, but every sample we pulled had the same dark presence. It wasn't natural. That night the hum was louder. It vibrated through the ground, rattling the walls of the tents. The cold was unbearable, even with the heaters at full blast. Sleep was impossible. The next day the ice started fighting back. The drill jammed repeatedly. Despite Mark's assurance it was fine. The generator began to fail, plunging us into freezing temperatures. And then Sarah found something in the ice, smooth, bone-like formations that didn't resemble anything from Earth. Ellie noticed it first, a crack running across the lake, stretching toward its center. "The ice is shifting," Holt said, trying to calm us, but his words felt hollow. That night the footsteps started. I woke to soft crunching outside my tent. At first I thought it was Mark or Holt, but when I unzipped the door there was no one. Just the lake glowing faintly under the moonlight. Then I saw it. Movement at the edge of the light. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, standing motionless on the ice. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. The figure didn't move. I blinked, and it was gone. When I told the others, I expected them to laugh. But Ellie whispered, "I saw it too." Mark shook his head. You're both imagining things. The cold is messing with your heads." But his hands trembled as he spoke. The next few days spiraled into chaos. The hum became constant, vibrating through every surface, every thought. The crack in the ice widened, revealing dark, shifting shapes in the water below. And the visions. Oh, the visions. Ellie woke up screaming one night, swearing something had been inside her tent. Mark started muttering to himself, pacing in circles. Sarah locked herself in her tent and refused to come out. Even Holt, the unshakable leader, began to crack. I found him staring at the lake, his face pale. "It's awake," he whispered. "What is?" I asked. He didn't answer. By the time we decided to leave, it was too late. A storm buried the camp in snow, and the generator died completely. The temperature dropped so low it felt like the air itself was trying to kill us. Huddled together in the main tent, we listened as the hum grew louder, morphing into a deafening roar. And then the ice split. The sound was like the earth tearing itself apart. We ran outside, our boots sinking into the snow. The crack had reached the shore, splitting the lake in two, and in the center, something rose. I can't describe it. I've tried, but my mind refuses to let me remember. All I know is the cold. A cold so deep it felt alive, clawing at my skin. And the sound, the hum, now a roar, shaking the very ground beneath us. I don't remember escaping. The rescue team found me a week later, wandering through the snow, half frozen and delirious. They said I was the only survivor. No one believed my story. They said the others must have fallen victim to the storm, that my memories were twisted by hypothermia, but I know what I saw. Sometimes late at night I still hear it, the hum, and I know it's still out there, waiting beneath the ice. The storm came out of nowhere, swallowing the world in a suffocating blanket of snow. But it wasn't the kind of snow that felt peaceful or quiet. It was the kind that clawed at your skin and muffled your breath, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. We were just four friends trying to escape the grind for a weekend in the mountains. Me, Ryan, my two best friends, Sam and Mike, and Sam's girlfriend, Jess. She wasn't thrilled about being dragged into the wilderness, but had reluctantly come along. Sam and Jess were inseparable, wrapped up in their own little bubble. But that didn't bother me. I thought the trip would be a good break from reality. The snowstorm had other plans. As we climbed higher into the mountains, the snow thickened into an impenetrable wall. Mike, behind the wheel, gripped the steering wheel tighter with each mile. "I can't see a damn thing," he muttered, squinting into the endless white. "We need to stop." Jess snapped from the back seat, her voice sharp with irritation. "There's nowhere to stop," Mike shot back, frustration lacing his words. And then, as if summoned from the storm itself, the lodge appeared. It loomed out of the white haze, its dark weathered wood and snow-covered roof standing like a ghost from another time. The windows were black voids, and the porch sagged under heavy drifts. It didn't look inviting, but it was the only shelter we had. "This place looks ancient," Sam said as we pulled up. "Or abandoned," I added. Mike didn't wait for debate. "It doesn't matter. We're staying here until the storm lets up." The front door creaked open under the weight of Mike's shoulder. It wasn't locked, which should have been our first warning. Inside, the air was cold and stale, biting at our skin. Dust coated every surface, and mismatched furniture sat like forgotten relics in a tomb. The silence inside was suffocating. No creaks of the building settling, no groan of the wind outside, just an oppressive, hollow stillness. Mike found a fireplace and managed to coax a reluctant fire into life. We huddled around it, trying to shake off the bone-deep chill, but the uneasy silence persisted. "Anyone else feel weird?" Sam asked, breaking the quiet. Jess rolled her eyes. "You're just cold." But it wasn't the cold. The lodge felt wrong, like it was watching us. I dismissed the thought as paranoia until I heard it. At first it was faint, just a whisper carried by the air. but as I strained to listen, it grew clearer, a low, hushed voice murmuring words I couldn't understand. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Everyone froze. Mike shook his head, but his wide eyes betrayed him. Then Jess screamed. Her scream pierced the stillness, jolting us into motion. She had gone upstairs to explore, and we found her at the end of a hallway, standing rigid by a frost-covered window. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with terror. "What happened?" Sam demanded, gripping her shoulders. "There's someone out there," she whispered, her voice trembling. We all turned to the window, but the snowstorm obscured everything. "You're imagining things," Mike said, though his voice lacked conviction. "I'm not," Jess snapped, her hands shaking. "There was someone out there, just standing in the snow, staring at me." Things spiraled after that. Objects disappeared. Sam's phone, Jess's scarf, a flashlight we had left by the fire, and reappeared in strange places. The temperature plunged no matter how much wood we threw onto the fire, and the whispers grew louder, more distinct. By midnight, the whispers had turned into voices, low, angry murmurs that seemed to echo through the walls. At one point, I heard my name in the chaos, as if something was calling to me. Sam, desperate for answers, decided to check the shed out back, hoping to find a generator. None of us wanted him to go, but he insisted. He wasn't gone long before the front door slammed open, letting in a violent gust of icy wind. Sam stumbled inside, his face pale, his breaths ragged. "There's something out there," he gasped. "What do you mean?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. His eyes, wide and haunted, locked onto mine. "It's watching us. We didn't sleep that night." The voices grew louder, angrier. The walls seemed to groan, and the floorboards creaked under invisible footsteps. Shadows danced across the room, moving where the firelight couldn't reach. By dawn, the storm had eased just enough for us to leave. We didn't pack. We didn't look back. As we drove away, I glanced at the lodge one last time. Through the swirling snow, I thought I saw a figure standing on the porch, its hollow eyes watching us leave. We never spoke about what happened that night. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and still, I hear the whispers again, and I know the lodge isn't done with us. It all began with the kind of excitement that hides the storm waiting to break. A fresh start, they called it. A new chapter. But in hindsight, that cabin wasn't a promise. It was a warning. The first night was when the cabin showed its true nature. I woke in a cold that felt alive, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. The fire had long died, leaving the room in an oppressive darkness. As I fumbled for the flashlight, a sound broke the silence. Tap, tap, tap. It was faint, coming from the corner of the room near the window. At first I thought it might be a tree branch brushing the glass, but I froze when I remembered. There were no trees close enough for that. My heart pounded, the sound burrowing into my mind like a warning. "Kate," I whispered, glancing toward her side of the bed. She didn't stir, her breathing deep and even. I forced myself to believe it was just the wind, but as I laid back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The next morning, sunlight revealed more than just the clutter of years left untouched. While clearing out years of dust and debris, Kate found a door hidden behind a heavy bookshelf. "Did you know about this?" she asked, brushing her hands across its rusted handle. I shook my head. No, it wasn't on the floor plan. The door groaned as we forced it open, the sound echoing like a moan. The smell hit us first, a damp, decayed stench that clawed at our throats. The room was small, its stone walls cold and bare except for one thing: symbols. Twisting, unfamiliar symbols carved into the walls, floor, and even the ceiling, each line sharper than the next. At the center of the room sat a lone wooden table. On it, an aged leather-bound diary lay waiting, as though daring us to open it. Kate flipped through its pages, her voice trembling as she read aloud. "He talks about voices, shadows, and these carvings. They're to keep it at bay." "What's it?" I asked, dread forming a knot in my stomach. She flipped to the last page where the handwriting was jagged, barely legible. "It's in the walls, God help me." That night the scratching began. Slow, deliberate, it echoed through the cabin like a heartbeat. I sat up in bed, gripping the flashlight so tightly my knuckles ached. Kate sat up too, her wide eyes locking with mine. "Do you hear that?" I asked. She nodded, her voice trembling. "It's coming from the walls." The scratching grew louder, more erratic, moving from one end of the room to the other. I shone the flashlight along the wall, desperate to find something, anything, but the beam caught only cold, unyielding wood. "It's probably mice," Kate whispered, though her tone betrayed her disbelief. We didn't sleep that night. Over the next few days, the cabin turned against us. Lights flickered, the firewood refused to catch, and the air grew colder by the hour. Shadows moved where they shouldn't, dark shapes twisting and writhing at the edge of our vision. Once I saw one outside, motionless in the snow, staring back at me through the frosted window. But the worst was Kate. One night I woke to find her standing in the middle of the room, her body rigid, her gaze fixed on the wall. "Kate," I called softly, fear clutching at my throat. She didn't respond. Her eyes were glassy, distant, as though she was somewhere else entirely. When I placed a trembling hand on her shoulder, she gasped, snapping out of the trance. "It's in the walls," she whispered, her voice hollow. We decided to leave the next morning. Bags packed, we piled into the truck, the tires crunching against the snow. But after what felt like hours of driving, we found ourselves right back at the cabin. "What the hell?" I shouted, slamming my hands against the steering wheel. Kate began to cry, her hands trembling as she clutched at her jacket. "It won't let us leave," she whispered. That night, the cabin came alive. The walls groaned, their surfaces splitting as the symbols carved into them began to glow, emitting an eerie, pulsating light. Shadows spilled from every corner, twisting and writhing with an unnatural life. Kate clutched my arm, her voice breaking. "We have to destroy the room." With desperation driving us, we grabbed everything, the diary, the table, even pieces of the wall carvings, and threw them into the fireplace. The flames roared to life, consuming the items in an unnatural blaze. The shadows screamed, a piercing, inhuman sound that reverberated through the cabin. And then, silence. By morning, the symbols had faded, and the cabin felt normal. But we didn't stay to find out if it would last. We left everything behind and drove until the cabin was nothing but a distant memory. But even now, on cold winter nights, I still hear it, the scratching, and I wonder, did we ever really escape? I never expected how quickly everything would change. Our house was beautiful, nestled in the quiet, sleepy town of Griffin, Georgia. Sheila, my wife, worked as an accountant while I worked as an IT consultant. Most days I'd work from home, only occasionally leaving for business trips, even as far as Europe, helping companies with computer security. Life was good and comfortable. A nice house, stable jobs, everything seemed perfect. Looking back, I realize now that Sheila started acting differently. She became distant, snappy. She had once been an avid runner, but her daily jogs turned to twice a week, and eventually once a week. She seemed off, like there was something heavy weighing on her. But it wasn't until one Saturday morning as we ate breakfast that I truly understood why. She looked worried, her eyes cast downward, avoiding my gaze. I could feel something was coming, something she was afraid to say. I thought maybe it was about us. Maybe she was unhappy with our life, with me. But I was wrong. So wrong. 2 months ago, she began, her voice shaky, I found a lump in my right breast. And at the end of the week, the doctor called me in. He said the tests showed breast cancer. My heart froze. I couldn't breathe. She went on, it spread to my lymph nodes. The doctors say it's really serious. They said I might only have a year, maybe a year and a half, to live. The room seemed to close in on me. I didn't know what to say. We just sat there in silence, the weight of her words crushing us both. As the days passed, Sheila's health rapidly declined. I stayed by her side, caring for her with the help of some kind-hearted nurses. But despite everything, there was nothing anyone could do. One night, I woke up to find she had passed in her sleep, peacefully, but still it tore me apart. I held a funeral for her, made all the necessary arrangements, but I couldn't escape the grief. It consumed me. Eventually, after 6 months of drowning in sorrow, I decided I needed a fresh start. I couldn't stay in the house where every corner reminded me of Sheila. So I sold the house and moved to Florida, hoping the change would help me heal. The new house was perfect. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a yard with an acre of land just outside Griffin. I figured it would be a new chapter, a place to rebuild. But I couldn't bring myself to let go of Sheila's things. Even after all this time, her clothes, her books, everything she left behind, I couldn't part with them. I promised myself that once I settled in, I would sort through her belongings, find new homes for them. But that was a promise I never kept. Moving in was a relief. It went smoothly, surprisingly so, but the house and garage were filled with boxes. It was chaotic and I still hadn't sorted everything. One big issue on moving day was that I forgot to get curtains, but the previous owner had left some behind, which I was thankful for. The first week in the house was peaceful enough. I had taken 2 weeks off to organize things, but by the second week, strange things started to happen. It was a Monday morning and I had just finished my cereal. I stood up to leave the kitchen and noticed a package at the door. I signed for it, closed the door, and returned to the kitchen. That's when I saw it. The drawers. Every single one was halfway pulled out. I couldn't believe it. I checked the back door, the windows, everything, but there was no sign of anyone breaking in. I thought maybe I'd forgotten to close them properly the night before, so I pushed them all back in place and went about my day. But a nagging unease followed me. Later, I went into Griffin to buy groceries, then returned home and put everything away. I decided to relax by the pool, a much-needed break after all the unpacking. When I went upstairs to grab my swimming trunks, I noticed something odd. My bedroom door felt stuck. I hadn't had any trouble with it before. I pushed hard on the handle, and suddenly the door flew open, and I stumbled to the floor. I shook it off and tried again. Downstairs, I made my way to the pool. As I walked across the lawn, I noticed something strange. Water near the shallow end of the pool, as if someone had just been swimming. But there was no one around. I got into the pool trying to relax, but something wasn't right. The thought of the drawers being pulled out and the water. I couldn't get rid of the feeling that someone or something was there. As I swam, I started to feel it. Ripples in the water moving without explanation. I turned around, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was no one. The ripples slowly faded away as if they had never been there. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered. When I got out of the pool to grab my towel, I found it had been moved, wet, as if someone had used it. I stared in disbelief. No one had been in sight. Then, as I looked back at the pool, my heart stopped. At the far end, near the deep end, I saw something. A figure. A small child. Floating, eerily still. Panic surged through me, and I dove into the water, swimming toward the child. But as I neared, the figure blurred, like a mirage. It looked like a boy, maybe 10 years old. Then the image vanished, and I came up for air, coughing and gasping. I searched frantically, but there was no one. I climbed out of the pool, drenched and confused. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. Maybe the grief was getting to me. I sat on a pool chair, trying to calm myself, but then I heard it. A voice. I shot up, heart racing. I looked around, but there was no one. The voice had come from the end of the garden. There, near the shed, I saw a pile of logs. I wrapped myself in a bathrobe and walked toward it, the voice still echoing in my mind. As I got closer, I noticed something. New grass, fresh and vibrant, surrounded by tall weeds and overgrown bushes. It didn't belong there, like someone had planted it to hide something. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a spade from the shed and returned to the patch of strange grass. Hesitation gripped me. What was I doing? But I couldn't stop myself. I dug, slowly, carefully, until I hit something. It was soft, like fabric. I pulled the dirt away, revealing a rolled-up carpet tied with cables. My hands shook as I lifted it, and when the carpet unraveled, my stomach churned. A decayed arm, half exposed. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. I peeled away more of the carpet. A shoe, a leg, bones. I rushed inside, terrified, and called 911. Within minutes, the sheriff arrived, and a crime investigation team started their work. After a thorough search, they confirmed it, the body of a child, around 10 years old. They found traces of chlorine on the decaying clothes. The boy had drowned, or so they thought. Maybe he had fallen into the pool by accident, or perhaps someone had pushed him. They were puzzled by why I had dug in that spot on that day. But I made up a story, not wanting to mention the voice I had heard. The police spoke to the previous owner and his family, but they found nothing unusual. After that day, nothing strange happened in the house. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That voice, that figure in the pool. I didn't want to stay in the house any longer, but I had nowhere else to go. Every night I lie awake, listening to the silence, haunted by the memories of what I uncovered. The house no longer feels like home. It feels like a prison, haunted by the past. When you reach a certain age, dreams of tranquility take root. For me and my husband Dave, that dream took the form of a modest villa on the idyllic island of Mallorca. We envisioned quiet mornings by the sea, balmy evenings with fresh fruit and good wine, and the warm embrace of the Mediterranean sun. But the house we chose, and the neighbors we encountered, would unravel our plans and plunge us into something far more sinister. Dave and I had been saving for years to afford a second home. Mallorca seemed perfectly affordable, peaceful, and not too far from our lives in the UK. Our budget wasn't extravagant, but it was enough to aim for something comfortable. Our first trip to Mallorca in early 2017 was a letdown. The homes we toured were either dilapidated or far beyond our means. Discouraged but undeterred, we returned a month later. This time we stumbled upon a 2-bedroom terrace house near the main street. Small, charming, and reasonably priced, it seemed like a dream come true. The walls gleamed with a marble-like finish, the layout was simple, and it was surrounded by a vibrant community. Most importantly, it felt like it belonged to us. "This is it," Dave whispered as we toured the space. His words carried a finality that gave me chills. Within days, we secured the property, negotiating the price down to £159,000. We imagined many peaceful years ahead. Our initial stay in 2018 was blissful. The villa came furnished with old but usable pieces. Nothing fancy, but functional. We spent our days wandering the markets and soaking in the local charm. The evenings were ours to enjoy under the clear, starlit skies. But something felt off. The neighboring property was eerily silent. For a tourist-heavy area, it struck me as unusual. The terrace house next door appeared unoccupied, its windows dark and lifeless. I told myself it was nothing. Perhaps the owners were away. Our second visit came with unwelcome surprises. This time the house next door wasn't empty. From the moment we arrived, loud noises reverberated through the thin walls, shouting, banging, and what sounded like children running wild. It was chaos. "They've moved in," Dave muttered, eyeing the terrace with disdain as he adjusted his walking stick. The racket continued into the night, depriving us of sleep. By the second evening, we could no longer endure it. "We need to say something," Dave insisted. I hesitated, unsure how to approach the family. When we knocked on their door, the noise stopped instantly, plunging the street into an eerie silence. After a long pause, the door creaked open, revealing a petite woman dressed in an old-fashioned gown. She was no more than 4'10", her sharp eyes boring into us with unsettling intensity. "Yes," she said after an excruciatingly long silence. Her voice was soft but carried an edge that made my skin crawl. "We just wanted to ask if you could—" I began, but she cut me off with a curt, "Okay." Before we could respond, she slammed the door shut. After that encounter, the noise stopped completely. The once rowdy house became oppressively quiet, as if its occupants had vanished. At first, we were relieved, but as days passed, the silence began to feel unnatural. The family remained unseen. Their windows, once illuminated by warm light, were now perpetually dark. A gnawing unease settled in my chest, but Dave dismissed my concerns. "Maybe they left," he suggested. I wasn't so sure. When we returned for our third trip, the unease blossomed into dread. As we approached our villa, a strange heaviness filled the air. Something was wrong. Our front door had been forced open. Inside, every room was in disarray. Paint splattered across the walls, furniture was smashed into pieces, and the air reeked of something foul and metallic. "They've destroyed everything," I whispered, my voice trembling. But it wasn't just vandalism. Strange symbols were painted on the walls in crude, jagged lines. They looked ancient, runic almost. We reported the incident to the authorities, but they were dismissive. "Tourists," the officer said with a shrug. "Probably kids messing around." Curiously, the neighboring house was also empty. The family we had once heard and the woman we had spoken to were gone. When I asked around, locals claimed no one had rented that property in years. "It's been vacant for as long as I can remember," said the owner of a nearby cafe. "But we saw them," I insisted. "We heard them." The cafe owner gave me a strange look and said, "You must be mistaken. That house has been locked up since the last owners died. Years ago." Who were the neighbors? Were they real? And what compelled them to wreak havoc on our home before vanishing without a trace? Even now, as I recount this, I feel the chill of their eyes on me. We never sold the villa. Something about that house and the family that haunted it binds us to Mallorca in ways I cannot explain. Perhaps the lesson here is simple. When you buy a house, don't just look at the price or the location. Pay attention to the neighbors, or in our case, the ghosts of neighbors past. It was a phone call I never expected to receive. I was 32, married with 2 kids, and living a peaceful life when a man named Mr. Walker called me. He claimed to be a lawyer handling my grandparents' estate, the ones from my mother's side, the grandparents I had never met. The news was shocking. My grandpa had passed away, and my grandma, she had died years ago. The unsettling part was that I had never even seen their faces, never heard their voices, never even knew they existed until that moment. Mr. Walker explained that my mom should have inherited their house, but she was gone too. Apparently I was the last of my family, the only living heir. He mentioned that my mom had a brother, but he was dead too. There was no one left to claim it, no one left to contest it. The house was mine. I called my husband, trying to make sense of the situation. He suggested I talk to my other set of grandparents, my dad's parents, before making any decisions. I called them, but they weren't interested in the house. They barely knew my mom's side of the family. So I was left with a decision. And in that moment, the house, despite its mystery, began to feel like it might be something worth holding on to. A few weeks later, Mr. Walker offered to meet us in person. My husband and I decided it was best to see the house for ourselves before making any decisions. We left our kids with family and boarded a flight. The 6-hour trip was long, but the real surprise came when we reached the town near the house. Traffic was heavy, and by the time we arrived, night had already fallen. We met Mr. Walker at the driveway, but he seemed eager to leave. He handed us the keys and hurried off, leaving us alone with the house. As we drove up the long, winding road, I noticed how isolated it was, hidden behind thick trees and overgrown plants. The air was fresh, the night calm, but there was an uneasy quiet around the place. It felt as though the house itself was waiting for us, watching us from the shadows. My husband and I decided, instead of staying at a hotel, to stay in the house for the night. We figured we might as well explore it. The house was enormous, built with sturdy stone and wood. It looked like it could withstand anything: hurricanes, storms, even time itself. It seemed solid, unyielding, almost as if it had been waiting for someone to return. As we unlocked the front door, I felt a cold shiver creep up my spine. The air inside was thick with dust, but as I flicked on the lights, a soft yellow glow bathed the rooms in warmth. It was inviting, comfortable even, but something in the back of my mind told me to be cautious. There was a sense of something old here, something forgotten. My husband and I split up to explore. He went downstairs while I checked the upstairs. I could hear him rummaging through drawers and cabinets as he always did when we moved into a new place. But as I was going through the closet in the master bedroom, I heard a loud crash from the basement. The sound echoed throughout the house, and then silence. A chill ran down my spine. It wasn't normal. It wasn't right. A few minutes later, I heard my husband's voice calling my name. Different, urgent, almost fearful. He never used my full name unless something was wrong. I rushed downstairs, and when I reached the bottom, I found him standing under the staircase, pale and trembling. He looked terrified, his eyes wide with something I couldn't quite place. Fear, shock, disbelief. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice shaking. He didn't say anything right away. He just pointed toward the basement door, which was wide open. His lips trembled as he whispered, "I think I found a body." My heart dropped. I stared at him, not fully comprehending what he was saying. My mind raced. "What do you mean, a body?" I almost shouted, the fear rising in my throat. "Come and see," he said, his voice barely a whisper. I hesitated, my body frozen with dread, but I followed him anyway, not sure whether I wanted to see what he had found. The basement was dark, the air thick with a musty, stale smell. The only light came from the flashlight on his phone, casting eerie shadows across the cracked concrete floor. As we stepped into the basement, a sense of dread washed over me. I didn't know what I was walking into, but I knew it wasn't going to be good. My husband moved toward a large wooden box in the corner, his hands shaking as he knelt beside it. "I found something," he said, almost inaudible. "Something's buried here." He pointed to a crack in the concrete floor beneath the box. It looked like someone had tried to cover it up, but poorly. My husband grabbed a crowbar and wedged it into the gap, lifting up a slab of concrete. A foul, rancid smell hit my nostrils, making me gag, and then I saw it. My heart stopped, a part of a decayed skull half buried in the ground. I gasped, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. The room spun around me. My breath came in ragged gasps as panic set in. I could barely stand. My knees buckled, but my husband caught me, pulling me upstairs as I fought to breathe. I collapsed into a chair, my head spinning. My husband went downstairs with the police when they arrived, and when they came back up, their faces were grim, full of tension. The investigation had begun. In the days that followed, the horror began to unfold. The house, which I thought would be my inheritance, became the scene of something much darker. Mr. Walker had told me my grandmother had passed away, but he hadn't mentioned that she had gone missing years earlier and was presumed dead. The truth, it seemed, was far worse. It was clear now. My grandfather had killed her and buried her in the basement. The evidence was irrefutable, but the worst part, I had never known them. I had never even met my grandmother, yet I was now tied to her death. The house was full of her ghost. I couldn't stay there any longer. The thought of spending another night in that place, surrounded by the shadows of the past, was unbearable. My husband and I made the decision to leave. The house was sold after the investigation, but the fear stayed with me. I left that place, leaving behind the memories of something darker than I could have ever imagined. But every now and then, when the wind howls through the trees at night, I can't help but wonder if my grandmother is still there, waiting for someone to remember her. When I was 18, I never imagined that one night would scar my soul forever. Now, at 22, living in San Antonio, Texas, that memory still lingers like a shadow that won't let go. It was my senior year of high school. The pandemic had cast an eerie stillness over the city. With lockdowns in place and quarantine rules, the streets were abandoned, amplifying the silence. My friends and I, however, found ourselves drawn to the desolation. Urban exploration became our thrill, our escape from the confinement. Exploring abandoned, haunted places was my way of feeling alive. Danger had never truly frightened me. I'd encountered everything from vagrants to cults, and even the occasional weapon. But nothing had prepared me for the horror that awaited that night. One evening I convinced Clarissa, a girl I'd recently started dating, to join me. We decided to visit O.P. Schnabel Park at the dead of night, 3 a.m. to be precise. The park is beautiful and serene by day, but by night, it's a place of shadows, of silence that feels alive. The air grows thick there, and the memories of unspeakable tragedies seep into the ground. Back in 2016, a young woman named Lauren Bump had been brutally murdered there, and just recently, a boy was shot while exploring those same woods. But still, the thrill of the unknown called to us. We arrived, stepping into the darkness. The trees blotted out any trace of moonlight, leaving us in almost complete darkness. I preferred it that way. The less visible, the safer I felt from prying eyes or curious onlookers. For a while, the quiet was comforting. But as we ventured deeper, an unsettling stillness took over. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting. About 20 minutes in, I led us down an off-road trail that would loop back to the truck. Only a couple of minutes into the trail, an otherworldly sound shattered the silence. A flute, soft and melodic, drifted through the air, filling the woods with a chilling melody. The notes were strange, almost hypnotic, and yet wrong, as if something was mimicking music without truly understanding it. Clarissa gripped my arm, her face pale as she trembled. She began whispering prayers, her voice barely above a whisper, pleading for salvation. The flute's tune grew louder, impossibly close, echoing from all around us. Its haunting notes seemed to seep through the trees, surrounding us with an eerie cadence. The sound floated through the air as if it were alive, breathing down our necks. I tried to locate where it was coming from, but the melody twisted and turned, always just out of reach. Then, without warning, there was a rush, a sound like leaves scattering and branches snapping. Something large dashed across the path just feet in front of us, but there was no silhouette, no shadow, only the unsettling feeling that something massive and malevolent had passed us by. The air felt heavy, thick with the weight of something unseen. My heart raced, pounding in my ears as Clarissa's breath quickened beside me. We turned, bolting back toward the main trail, desperately trying to escape the haunting music that chased us through the darkness. But just as we reached the spot where we first heard the flute, it started again, louder and closer, as if it were taunting us. This time the tune had a sinister, almost mocking quality, as though some dark spirit was reveling in our fear. Our only choice was to run, the adrenaline making the impossible darkness feel alive, with eyes and unseen horrors watching our every step. In our frenzied escape, we stumbled past a lone porta potty, a solitary shadow standing eerily by the trail. I dared not look at it too long, fearing what might be lurking within. The truck was within sight, and with every ounce of strength left in me, I raced toward it, dragging Clarissa along. Finally, we reached the truck, and without a second thought, I floored the gas, tearing away from that cursed place. The eerie flute song haunted my mind even as we sped away, growing faint in the distance yet lingering in the back of my mind. The next day, I scoured the internet, searching for any similar stories. The woods had seen horrors, ghosts, cults, creatures of the night, but no one, it seemed, had ever encountered a flute's haunting melody at the dead of night, drawing people into its sinister trap. The more I pondered, the more I began to wonder if the sound had even been real or some dark force intent on tormenting us. To this day, I've never gone back to Opie Schnabel Park after dark. The memory of that eerie, chilling flute and the terror that washed over me remains seared into my mind. The woods hold secrets, and some of them should remain forever untouched. I'm 20 years old, working as a pharmacy technician in a medium-sized hospital in northwest Alabama. I work the early night shift from 6 p.m. until 4 a.m., in charge of stocking the surgery rooms with medications. My schedule runs in brutal blocks, 7 days on, 7 days off. Each week starts on a Thursday, and by the 6th night, that Tuesday, the hours have worn me thin, leaving me a hollow-eyed shadow, a little more weary, a little less myself. That Tuesday, the final stretch, my wife had been staying over at her aunt's house, babysitting her young cousins while the aunt and uncle were away. The house lacked curtains, and she'd grown nervous from every creak and whisper in the empty space around her. I agreed to come stay with her on her last night there. The moment I arrived, she was visibly relieved, like my presence was a ward against something unseen. She thanked me quietly, and I could tell she'd been tense for days, maybe without even knowing why. Working nights for years has drained me in more ways than one. Sleep doesn't come easy anymore. Even as I lay beside her, exhaustion pulling me under, something kept me awake, an itch in my mind that wouldn't let me go. I was running on fumes, a Red Bull here, an energy drink there. Somehow, I kept my eyes open as the night gave way to dawn, filled with a long list of errands and obligations. By the time my wife drove me to the hospital for my shift, I hadn't slept in over 24 hours, my head buzzing, an edge of unreality twisting around everything I saw. That night, I slipped into routine, hoping the movement would stave off the fatigue clawing at my mind. I was in the surgery wing, stocking meds as usual, music pulsing through my earbuds, insulating me in a thin cocoon of normalcy. I felt the slow burn of exhaustion creeping up on me, but I pushed through it. Then from behind me the door squealed open, a high-pitched whine that cut through my music, followed by the heavy slam of wood. I turned, expecting to see one of the surgery personnel or housekeeping making their rounds. But there was no one there, just empty, silent space. I brushed it off, thinking maybe someone had come in, seen me, and left without a word. But the unease lingered. As I pushed my cart into the next room, I saw the faint outline of a figure, hunched over by the disposal bin, their hands rooting through the contents like an animal searching for something vital, almost desperate. I blinked, the cold of recognition creeping over me. Someone had been caught doing just that weeks ago, searching for drugs, but they were fired, gone. "Hey, what are you doing?" I demanded, flipping on the light. The figure vanished, the space vacant, only the soft hum of the machines around me. My pulse hammered. I shook it off again, deciding it was the lack of sleep, hallucinations creeping in around the edges. Still, an unsettling chill ran through me, the feeling that maybe, just maybe, something else was moving through those halls tonight. Around 2 a.m., I began my rounds, delivering medications to each floor. Each wing of the hospital mirrored the others in a strict, silent symmetry. The 5th floor was empty that night, half of it closed off for remodeling, the rooms lying in dark, abandoned rows. When I reached it, I felt an inexplicable urge to see the empty 5,455 wing. Curiosity, or maybe something darker, tugged me forward, my steps echoing down the vacant hall. The hallway yawned before me, stretching in unnatural silence. Suddenly, a sound broke through the stillness. A rattling, coming from a room up ahead. Room 5512. I approached slowly, dread gnawing at me, and as I peered inside, I froze. An old man lay sprawled across the bed, his body convulsing violently, blood trickling from his eyes, his nose, and the corners of his gaping mouth. His skin was pallid, almost translucent under the dim light. The bed shook as he thrashed, making a horrific gurgling noise that clawed at my mind. The monitors beside him were a frenzy of beeps, alarms blaring like they were screaming for help. I stumbled back, gripping the doorframe. I was terrified. It was clear this man needed help, that he was in his death throes. I took a step forward, ready to help, when the reality of what I was seeing crashed over me like ice. The room was pristine, untouched. The bed neatly made, the monitor silent. The man was gone. Panic flooded through me. My hands were shaking as I stumbled back down the hallway. I made it to the elevator, my breath coming in shallow gasps, and punched the button. The doors slid open, and a familiar face appeared before me. An old man in a security shirt, a hospital badge gleaming on his chest. It was the same man I'd just seen thrashing in agony. He smiled, a ghastly, unsettling grin, and reached out, patting my shoulder as he passed. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe as he walked past and vanished into the darkness beyond. The elevator doors closed, and I could hear it ascending to the 5th floor. When it came back down, the doors opened to reveal an empty compartment. When my wife came to pick me up, I bolted to the car, refusing to look back at the building. But as we drove away, I felt the inevitable pull to glance at the 5th floor windows. There he stood, silhouetted against the pale glow from within, watching, waiting. 2 weeks have passed since that night, yet his face haunts me in every reflection, in every shadow. I haven't seen him since, but the dread lingers. I still don't know if it was the sleep deprivation that night or something else. All I know is, I felt something dark, something beyond explanation, there in that hospital, and it felt all too real. Living with my boyfriend Ma in his modest house in a quiet neighborhood, silence broken only by the whisper of trees in a small wooded area down the block. It was late October when Ma brushing it off as a prank or a mistimed ding-dong ditch. My friends and I nervously laughed and returned to the living room. After every a man's voice whispered, "Anyone home? I could use some help out here." My skin prickled. The blinds were closed, concealing him from view, and thankfully concealing After a cursory glance around the house, they left, dismissing my worry with a casual warning to get cameras if you're so scared. I watched their tail light me cold. The basement door was wide open. My heart stilled as a faint rhythmic clicking echoed from the biding his time. Every summer, my parents sent me to a camp in Colorado, and every year, it involved at least one camping trip deep into the woods. Even though these trips were brief, I resented them. The heavy backpack, the lack of toilets, and the spiders that always seemed to find their way into my tent. When I turned 16 and became a camp counselor, my distaste for camping softened for a bit. We were only a few years older than the oldest campers, but we were given a surprising amount of freedom. Rumor had it that the camping trips were an opportunity for counselors in training to drink, smoke, and fool around after everyone else had gone to bed. But little did I know that camping trip would end up being my last. The trip began like any other. Altogether, there were around 30 of us, 4 counselors in training, 4 main counselors, and about 20 campers, aged 13 to 14. We walked in a single file line along the winding trails, barely hearing the sounds of nature over the chatter and laughter of the campers. After a few hours, we made our way through a dense marsh, and then up a steep incline scattered with towering evergreens and aspens. I wasn't the most athletic person, so I ended up near the back of the line, along with another counselor in training named Jordan, and 2 campers who were struggling to keep up. We started chatting, getting a bit distracted, and soon found ourselves lagging farther and farther behind until we could no longer see the rest of the group. At first we weren't worried and continued walking at a relaxed pace, but as time passed, I began to feel uneasy. The forest around us had changed, with dead, scorched trees stretching as far as I could see the aftermath of an old wildfire. A small, run-down cabin stood among the dead trees, eerily untouched by the flames. We were so captivated by the sight that when one of the campers screamed at the sound of a twig snapping behind us, we all jumped. Jordan and I laughed nervously, but quickly went quiet when we turned to see what had startled the camper. About 20 feet behind us, a haggard-looking man with wild black hair and a long beard was slowly making his way up the trail, his eyes fixed on us. He carried no supplies, and I had no idea how long he'd been following us. We felt uneasy, but Jordan managed to wave slightly and said, "Come on, let's catch up to the others." As we turned to walk away, the man mumbled something. Jordan, for some reason, turned and asked him to repeat it. "Going camping?" the man muttered, his voice low and gravelly. Yeah, we're going camping," Jordan replied, trying to sound casual. The man smiled slightly, then said in a dark, almost warning tone, "Better be careful." We nodded, mumbled a quick thanks, and walked away quickly, our pace picking up with each step. I glanced back once to see if he was still following us, but he just stood there, watching us until we were out of sight. When we finally caught up to the group, we told the adult supervisor about the encounter. She just shrugged it off, saying the man probably lived in the cabin. As night fell, I tried to push the encounter out of my mind and relax. The campers were all asleep, and Jordan had convinced another counselor in training from the boys' cabin to join us for a late-night smoke. We snuck off to the river, a short distance from the camp, where we'd washed our pots and pans earlier. The forest was silent, and the darkness pressed in around us. Every so often, I would think of the man on the trail, his eerie smile replaying in my mind. After a while, we decided to head back to our tent. Jordan and I pitched ours a little apart from the rest of the group, trying to avoid any trouble from the supervisors. We sat inside, sipping from a bottle we'd swiped from the counselor's supply, telling scary stories to pass the time. Just as one of the boys was in the middle of a clumsy ghost story, he suddenly went quiet. In the silence, we heard footsteps crunching on the pine needles about 40 feet away, near the other campers' tents. We figured it was just someone getting up to go to the bathroom, but with the stories, the drinks, and the memory of the man, we decided to call it a night and crawled into our sleeping bags. Hours later, I woke up, my senses jolted by the distinct sound of footsteps right outside the tent. My pulse quickened, and I lay completely still, trying to steady my breathing. Whoever it was, they were barely 3 feet away, pacing slowly back. I breathed a sigh of relief, but his next question made my blood run cold. "Have you seen my blue hoodie? I think one of the campers might have taken it from my bag." I stared at him, my voice barely a whisper. "But you were wearing it when you got back in the tent." Jordan's expression shifted from confusion to alarm. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "I haven't had it since we came back from the river." My heart raced as the realization sank in. Whoever had slipped into my tent earlier that night hadn't been Jordan. Sensing my fear, Jordan asked what was going on, and I could only mutter that there was someone else in our tent. He grabbed his flashlight, and we crept back toward the campsite. When we reached the tent, Jordan clicked on the flashlight and shined it through the nylon fabric. Inside, we could clearly see the shadow of a man lying completely still. We bolted to the other side of the campground, frantically waking the older counselors. They groggily emerged from their tents, but our panic must have convinced them that something was seriously wrong. Just as we explained the situation, a commotion broke out near our tent. But by the time the counselors got there, they found the tent unzipped and our belongings scattered across the ground. Whoever had been there was... The counselors radioed down to the main camp to call the police, and I could tell they were as shaken as we were. None of us slept for the rest of the night. A few hours later, as dawn broke, other counselors arrived with weapons to escort us back. As we left, one of the campers noticed something odd on the trail. Jordan's blue hoodie was tied around a tree, like a marker. Needless to say, he didn't want it back. We left it there, untouched. To this day, I'm not sure if the man who snuck into our tent was the same one we met on the trail, but the memory of that face, that night, still haunts me. It was early spring 2016. I had just turned 24, and my friend and I were heading out to one of our favorite spots, Black Canyon Rim, a secluded campground just outside of Payson, Arizona. We loved coming out here to escape the city. Just us, nature, and miles of wilderness. The place had always felt peaceful, almost like a sanctuary, with tall pines and rugged cliffs. This time, though, something felt different. We arrived a little later than planned, around 4 p.m. The sun was already dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the campgrounds. Usually we saw a handful of people scattered near the entrance, but today only 2 families were set up close to the highway. We wanted distance to get away from the world, so we drove further in, deeper into the trees, finding a perfect spot on a hill overlooking the valley. It was breathtaking. The entire valley stretched out before us, painted in shades of twilight. We decided to skip the tent and sleep in the car. My friend would take the passenger seat. I'd stretch out in the back. Seemed easy enough, and the night was calm, or so we thought. The first night was uneventful, yet something lingered. A strange unease settled over me, an itching sensation, like we weren't alone. Now and then, I heard leaves crunching just beyond our sight. I tried to convince myself it was just wildlife, deer maybe, or raccoons, but every time it sounded too deliberate, too close. The second night was different. That strange feeling was stronger. I felt like we were being watched, and the quiet around us seemed too heavy. My friend, who usually didn't need them, took a sleeping pill and drifted off, leaving me alone in the darkness. It was around 1 a.m. when I finally started feeling drowsy. I was scrolling on my phone in the back seat, half aware of the faint sounds outside, leaves crunching, then silence. Suddenly I heard it again. The crunching was closer, right outside the car. I whispered to my friend, "Did you hear that?" But she was already out, deep in sleep. I put my phone down, peering out into the night, eyes adjusting to the darkness. Silence. Just the whisper of the wind. I told myself it was probably nothing. Then, 10 minutes later, it happened. I was just starting to relax when I heard a soft, distinct tapping right on the window near my feet. Heart pounding, I lifted my phone, its glow illuminating the window, and there, pressed against the glass, were 2 hands. They were filthy, with scabbed skin and nails jagged and dark, as if they hadn't been cut in years. The hands gripped the edge of the window, fingers clawing, scratching at the glass. Behind them, a face. It was pressed up against the window, barely visible in the darkness, but I could make out hollow eyes, dark as pitch, staring straight at me. The figure's breath fogged up the glass every few seconds, shallow and raspy. I was frozen, paralyzed by terror, unable to scream, unable to move. My mind raced, questions spiraling. Who or what was this? Why weren't they running? What were they planning? Seconds felt like hours, each one more agonizing than the last. The figure just watched, unmoving, a stare so empty it felt like it was drilling into my soul. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the hands slowly unclenched, retreating back into the shadows. leaving two perfect, greasy prints on the glass. The figure melted into the darkness, footsteps fading into silence. For a moment I just sat there, trying to convince myself that it hadn't been real, that it was some twisted nightmare. But the handprints on the glass told me otherwise. I jolted into action, pounding on the front seat, desperately waking my friend. She was groggy and disoriented, barely processing my words. "We have to go," I whispered urgently, still scanning the trees. "There's someone out there." Without waiting for her to fully wake up, I jumped out of the car, gathered what little camping gear we'd left outside, and shoved it into the back seat, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. My hands were shaking, breath short, my mind racing with dread. When I finally slammed the back door shut, I noticed them again, those handprints on the window, a chilling reminder of whatever had been watching us. I wiped them away instinctively, as if erasing the prints could erase the memory. But the unease stayed, thick as fog, clinging to me. I scrambled into the driver's seat, started the car and floored it, tires spinning in the dirt as we sped away. My friend was fully awake now, demanding answers, but I couldn't form the words. All I could manage was a weak someone, or something, was there. She fell silent after that, sensing the fear in my voice. We drove, putting as much distance as possible between us and that place. When we finally reached the highway, we pulled into a 24-hour diner, slumping into a booth, exhausted and shaken. In the weeks that followed, I tried to make sense of it all, replaying the events in my head, trying to rationalize it. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those empty black eyes staring back at me. To this day, I wonder who or what it was. Maybe a wanderer from the abandoned cabin down the road, or something darker, something that calls the forest home, lurking, watching, waiting. We still go camping now and then, but never at Black Canyon Rim, and never, ever, without a tent. In 2019, my brother and I ventured deep into one of the vast forests of public land in search of game. It was remote, untouched by civilization, and so far from the nearest town that it felt like a world of its own. We were in our mid-20s, seasoned explorers, and brothers in more than blood. Brothers in 1,000 adventures across deserts, mountains, and caves. But nothing we'd faced could have prepared us for this. We arrived late, too tired to do more than set up our tents. One for me, one for him, and a third for our gear. As the stars took over the sky, we cooked, shared a few laughs, and settled in for what we expected to be an uneventful night in the wilderness. But as dawn approached, I was pulled from my sleep by a strange noise. Something was hitting my tent. Groggy, I heard my brother calling my name, his voice low and urgent. There was something in his tone that froze me. I knew something was terribly wrong. I tried to ask what was going on, but he just squeezed my shoulder, his eyes wild, darting around like he was searching for something just outside. And then, we heard it. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Whale-like calls echoing through the forest, but louder, more intense, and unearthly. The sounds filled the air, vibrating through every inch of the ground, through our bodies. High-pitched squeals, deep guttural groans, and everything in between. We could feel it in our bones, as if the forest itself was alive and screaming. We sat there paralyzed, not daring to speak. I wanted to move, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was as if the sound had us in a trance, holding us captive in the dark grip of its terrible music. My skin felt electric, like my entire body was buzzing with an energy I couldn't escape, like 1,000 ants crawling under my skin. I thought about recording it, proving to myself later that this was real, but I couldn't. It felt wrong, almost disrespectful, as if I'd anger whatever was out there by trying to capture its voice. So we sat waiting, just waiting for it to stop. It felt like hours, though in truth it was only minutes. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The silence that followed was almost worse. A silence so thick it felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something else to happen. And then the rain came, torrential and angry, battering our tents as the wind howled through the trees. Our tent stakes, driven deep into the ground with an axe, were torn up, ripped from the earth as if by some unseen force. Both our tents were nearly flattened, tossed and turned as we scrambled to hold them down. It was chaos. The storm had come out of nowhere. The forecast had shown nothing but clear skies. We tried to hold the tents in place, but it was useless. We were no longer in control. It felt like the forest itself had turned against us, determined to drive us out. When it was finally over, my brother dismissed it, saying it was probably just machinery in the distance, or maybe an animal. But I knew. We were too far from any town, from any roads, too deep in the wild. There was something there with us in those woods that night. To this day, I can still hear those sounds echoing in my mind. The haunting cries that filled the forest, the silence that followed, the storm that seemed to have a mind of its own. I've camped in many places since then, but never again have I gone back there. Some things are better left alone. So if you're ever out there, in the heart of the wilderness where the trees grow thick and the light struggles to break through, listen closely. Because sometimes the forest itself speaks. And sometimes it might just be speaking to you. It was early spring, 2016. I had just turned 24, and my friend and I were heading out to one of our favorite spots, Black Canyon Rim, a secluded campground just outside of Payson, Arizona. It was the kind of place that felt untouched, like stepping into a world where time moved differently. Every time we visited, the tall pines and sweeping cliffs felt like a peaceful sanctuary. But this time, something was different. We arrived later than planned, around 4 p.m. The sun was already sinking behind the mountains, casting long, twisted shadows across the campgrounds. Normally, there'd be a few campers scattered near the entrance. Today, though, we only saw 2 families, and both were set up near the highway as if they didn't dare go further. We wanted distance, so we drove deeper into the forest, finding a spot perched on a hill that overlooked the valley. The view was breathtaking, with the valley stretched out below us, painted in shades of twilight. We decided to skip the tent and sleep in the car. My friend took the passenger seat, and I stretched out in the back. The night felt calm and quiet, at least at first. The first night passed without any big events, but a strange feeling lingered in the air. There was this nagging unease, like an itch you can't quite reach. Now and then, I'd hear leaves crunching just beyond our view. I tried to convince myself it was just wildlife, a deer, maybe a raccoon, but every sound felt deliberate, like something was approaching, and then stopping just out of sight. The second night was worse. That unsettling feeling had only grown stronger, pressing down like a weight. It felt like we were being watched. My friend, who usually didn't need any help to sleep, took a sleeping pill and drifted off quickly, leaving me alone in the darkness. Around 1 a.m., I started to feel drowsy myself. I was lying in the back, scrolling through my phone, half listening to the faint rustle of the leaves outside. And then, silence. For a while, nothing stirred. But suddenly, there it was again. The sound of crunching leaves. Closer this time, like it was right outside the car. I nudged my friend, whispering, "Did you hear that?" But she was out cold, dead to the world. I put my phone down and strained my eyes, peering out into the night, trying to see something, anything. The forest was still, the silence thick and heavy. I told myself it was probably just my imagination, maybe a trick of the dark. 10 minutes passed, and I was starting to relax when I heard it. A soft, deliberate tapping. The sound was coming from the window right near my feet. My heart pounded as I reached for my phone, its glow casting a dim light on the glass. And there, pressed up against the window, were 2 hands. They were dirty, skin-scabbed, and fingers twisted with nails that looked like they hadn't been cut in years. The hands gripped the window, fingers scraping against the glass, almost like they were trying to claw their way in. I froze, barely breathing. Behind those hands was a face. It was pressed so close that I could make out hollow, dark eyes staring straight at me. The figure's shallow, raspy breaths fogged up the glass in slow, ghostly puffs. I was paralyzed, locked in place by sheer terror. My mind raced with questions. Who was this? What did they want? Why weren't they saying anything, just staring? Every second felt like an hour, each heartbeat louder than the last. The figure didn't move, just kept watching, those empty eyes drilling into me, almost like they could see right through my skin. And then, slowly, the hands unclenched, slipping away into the darkness, leaving 2 greasy prints smeared on the glass. The figure backed away, disappearing into the trees without a sound, as if it had melted into the shadows. I stayed frozen for a long moment, trying to process what I'd just seen, trying to convince myself it was just a nightmare. But those handprints on the window were all too real. Panicking, I jolted forward and shook my friend awake. She was groggy, struggling to understand my frantic words. "We have to leave," I whispered, my voice shaking. "There's someone out there." Without waiting for her to fully wake up, I threw myself out of the car, quickly grabbing the few things we'd left outside, shoving them into the back seat as I constantly looked over my shoulder. My hands shook as I stuffed everything in, dread gnawing at me with every passing second. When I finally slammed the door shut, I saw them again. The handprints, smeared and sinister, like a silent warning. I wiped them away instinctively, almost hoping that if I erased the marks, I could erase the memory too. But the fear lingered, thick and cold. I scrambled into the driver's seat, started the car and floored it, kicking up a cloud of dust as we tore out of there. My friend, now fully awake, demanded to know what happened, but I couldn't find the words. All I could manage was a shaky whisper. Someone or something was watching us. She fell silent, her face pale as she realized the fear in my voice was real. We drove until we reached the highway, finally pulling into the safety of a 24-hour diner. We stumbled inside, sinking into a booth, both of us shaken and exhausted. For the next few weeks, I couldn't get those empty, staring eyes out of my head. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, those filthy hands scratching at the window as if they wanted something, as if they were waiting. To this day, I still wonder who, or what, that figure was. Maybe a stray wanderer from an abandoned cabin down the road, or something darker, something that belonged to the forest itself. We still go camping sometimes, but never at Black Canyon Rim. And now, we always bring a tent. It was mid-January, and I went over to my best friend Caitlin's house. It was just supposed to be a regular Friday night. Her parents and brother had gone to her aunt's place like they always did, leaving us alone in the house. Caitlin had stayed back this time, and we thought we'd have a fun night to ourselves. Just 2 friends hanging out, eating snacks, watching movies, making TikToks. Everything felt completely normal, but then, just as we were starting to unwind, we heard a noise. At first it was faint, almost like it could have been the wind, but then it grew louder. It wasn't just any noise, it was this scraping sound, like nails scratching against the wall. It reminded me of someone dragging their nails down a chalkboard, making my skin crawl. Sometimes it would be quiet, almost unnoticeable, and then suddenly it would get louder, so loud it actually hurt our ears. We were both shaken. We paused the movie, and without saying anything, we locked Caitlin's bedroom door. We sat there in silence, our backs pressed against her bed, and we tried to stay calm. Caitlin texted her mom, hoping for reassurance or at least an explanation. But before we could even process what was happening, her phone buzzed with a reply. The message was short but chilling. "Make sure your door is locked. Keep your phones with you." Her mom had checked the security cameras and saw something. She said there was a man dressed in a black trench coat and rain boots who had come in through the back window. She had already called the police and promised to be home soon, but until then, we were on our own. We sat there paralyzed with fear. We heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps in the kitchen, heavy and slow, echoing through the silence of the house. Each step brought him closer and closer, until they finally stopped right outside Caitlin's door. We looked at each other, our faces pale. Then the doorknob rattled. It was a slow, steady rattle at first, like he was testing it, seeing if it would open. But then it grew more aggressive, each twist and tug more desperate than the last. The door shook under the force, and we could only sit there, feeling completely helpless. The rattling finally stopped, but we heard his footsteps again, pacing down the hall, heading away from the door. Caitlin got an idea. She crawled over to stuff a blanket along the crack at the bottom of the door, hoping to hide any light or movement that might give us away. As she did, we saw the shadow of his feet under the door, pausing for a moment as if he was listening for any sign of us. And then he came back. The doorknob rattled again, but this time it sounded different, like he was using something to try and pry it open. Caitlin held onto the lock with all her strength, and I got up to help her. We pressed our weight against the door, our hands sweaty and trembling as he continued to pound and shake the door, the sound growing louder and louder. Suddenly everything stopped. The silence was almost worse than the banging. And then we heard it. A faint siren in the distance, steadily growing closer. But what chilled me to the bone was the sound that followed. We heard him laugh. It wasn't loud, but it was this strange, hollow laugh that lingered in the air. We listened as he moved away from the door, heard his footsteps retreating, and finally, the back window closing. A few minutes later, Caitlin's parents rushed home. The police arrived, but by then he was long gone. They searched the house, but there was no trace of him, no fingerprints, nothing to say he'd ever been there. After that night, Caitlin's family took no chances. They got a guard dog, installed even more security, and made sure everything was locked tight whenever they left. But for Caitlin and me, the memory of that night lingered, a shadow that followed us. We never forgot the sound of his laugh, or the way he'd stood just outside her door, close enough to reach us. And every now and then I find myself wondering if he ever came back. I'm 16, just an average girl who loves to draw. My art was a kind of escape, a way to share a piece of myself with strangers online. Instagram was my go-to. I'd post my drawings there, never really expecting much. But one Thursday evening, something happened that would change everything. I got a notification, a message request from someone I didn't know. Usually I'd ignore strangers online, too many risks out there. But that night, I don't know. Maybe I was feeling a little lonely. So without thinking twice, I accepted. The message was simple. "Hey, I love your artwork." Followed by 5 heart emojis. It felt innocent enough. I replied with a quick thank you and was about to put my phone down when 2 more messages came through almost immediately. The first one said, "This is me, by the way." And then, a photo. Curious, I clicked. What I saw was strange. It was a picture of a woman. She looked to be in her mid-30s, heavy-set, lying on her bed, staring right into the camera with a weird smirk. At first she looked harmless, but something about her face felt wrong. I couldn't shake it, that gut feeling that told me this was a mistake, but I brushed it off. Maybe she was just a fan. I went on with my night, watching a movie to distract myself. My mom was out, picking up my nephew, so I was home alone. I figured I'd just relax. But then, another notification lit up my screen. It was her again. This time I hesitated before opening it, and when I did, I regretted it immediately. The photo was disgusting, completely inappropriate. And to make it worse, she'd added a message. like what you see, followed by a winking, tongue-out emoji. I felt sick. Angry and disgusted, I blocked her instantly and reported the account. That was it. I just wanted to forget about it. But as much as I tried, that image was burned into my mind. I couldn't shake it. A few minutes later, just when I thought I'd finally put it behind me, another notification appeared. My heart skipped a beat. It was a new message request from a brand new account. My stomach twisted as I opened it, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Her message screamed, "Why did you block me?" All in caps with angry emojis. My hands started to tremble, but I forced myself to ignore it, hoping she'd just leave me alone. I tried to focus on my movie, pretending everything was fine. But minutes later, another message request came through. This time, I felt a wave of terror wash over me. The message was different. This one wasn't just words. It was a photo. My heart pounded as I opened it. The picture was of my backyard, and in the distance through the window you could see me, sitting there in my living room. Underneath the photo were 3 chilling words. "I can see you." I couldn't breathe. Slowly I looked up from my phone and turned toward the sliding glass door. And there she was. She was standing there, half hidden in the shadows, staring at me. Only the moonlight lit her face, but I could make out that same twisted smirk. My blood ran cold as I realized what she was holding in her hand. A kitchen knife. I didn't waste a second. I bolted up the stairs, every step echoing in the silent house. I darted into my room, slammed the door, and hid in the closet. My hands shook as I dialed 911, my voice barely a whisper as I gave them my address. I could hardly think straight. How had she found me? How long had she been watching me? The questions raced through my mind, my panic rising. Then I heard it. And then, through the silence, I heard the distant wail of sirens. They were coming. Her footsteps stopped, and for a moment, everything was still. Then came the hurried sound of her footsteps retreating, rushing down the stairs. I heard the front door creak open, followed by a struggle as the cops yelled commands. Then, the unmistakable crackling of a taser. I stayed frozen in that closet, my heart still pounding, until I was sure it was over. When I finally dared to leave my hiding place, the police were outside, loading her into the back of a car. I watched from the window, barely able to believe what had just happened. A week later, my mom and I got a call from the police. They told us she'd been doing this for years, stalking and harassing young girls just like me. She'd even been in and out of treatment facilities for mental issues, but nothing had stopped her. And she'd been watching me for weeks, maybe even months, waiting for the right moment. I shivered, thinking about all those times I'd posted pictures, unaware that someone out there was watching every move. Since that night, I've kept my profile locked, my doors bolted, my life guarded. And sometimes, when I look out the window, I wonder if she's still out there, watching, waiting for another chance. And I pray that I never see her face again. This happened over a decade ago, back when I was still in high school. My parents were away at a wedding that required an overnight stay, and my brother was working the night shift. That left me alone in our old house. It was in a neighborhood on the East Coast, a blue-collar place that had seen better days. I was looking forward to some rare alone time. As an introverted teenager, I loved my nights to myself, playing some PlayStation, ordering takeout, maybe a pizza or Chinese, and watching Dragon Ball Z until I'd doze off on the couch. My old beagle, Cecil, was always right there with me, quiet as a mouse. He was an old soul, that dog, who barely ever barked or made a sound. Instead, he'd just curl up by my side and lay his head in my lap. That night, things started out just as I'd planned. I'd finished my last slice of pizza and was beginning to drift off when a sudden, loud bang echoed from the back alley. I brushed it off as typical city noise, but Cecil's head snapped up and his fur bristled. That wasn't like him. I tried to calm him, but then, not even 2 minutes later, there was another bang, louder this time. Before I knew it, Cecil did something I'd never seen before. He leapt off the couch, darting to the basement door with a ferocity that seemed to take years off his age. He barked and growled like some kind of guard dog, which was so unlike him that it sent a chill down my spine. His intensity made me realize this wasn't just random noise. Someone was down there. Someone was trying to get into my house. I felt my stomach drop as I realized they were at the old basement door. It was a rusty thing, almost impossible to open even with a key. But it led to the back alley, a secluded spot where someone could break in without being seen. The banging continued, persistent and unrelenting. Whoever was out there wasn't going away. They were determined. I knew what that meant. If someone's trying that hard to get in, I rushed upstairs, heart pounding, and grabbed the wooden baseball bat I kept under my bed. As I crept back down, my mind was racing, torn between fear and this twisted sense of bravery. I wasn't about to let anyone mess with my home. As I reached the basement, Cecil blew past me like he was a dog half his age, charging toward the door. The banging stopped abruptly, and then I heard it. A man's voice just outside muttering, "Oh crap." Then silence. The intruder had heard us coming. There was no movement, no footsteps, just a chilling, dead quiet. I stayed up the rest of the night, gripping that bat, my mind racing with what-ifs. My brother came home in the morning, and I told him everything. Together we went to check the basement door. When we gave it a tug, the entire thing fell off its hinges. One more shove and that man would have been inside. I don't know what would have happened if Cecil hadn't reacted the way he did. I'm convinced he sensed the urgency that night, knew something terrible was about to happen. A few years later, Cecil's age caught up with him, and we had to let him go. Before they gave him the injection, I had a few moments alone with him. I whispered a final thank you for his friendship and for what he did that night. I was a grown man by then, with a family of my own, a life that might not have happened if it weren't for that lazy old dog who somehow knew, that one night, exactly what I needed him to do. I'm 17, about to start my senior year of high school, and up until last week, the scariest part of my job was cleaning kennels. I work at a vet clinic, helping out with all things pet-related, and sometimes people even ask me to watch their animals. It's how I found myself staying at one of my teachers' houses while they were away. They had just moved in, so the place was mostly empty and stacked with unpacked boxes. But nothing could have prepared me for what was waiting inside. It was Monday morning when I first stepped into their house, armed with my overnight bag and a quiet excitement. I spent the day hanging out with their two dogs, Milo and Chili, a young, curious pup and an older, calm companion. I was getting used to the house, the way the light fell through the windows, the quiet hum of a place still settling. When my mom called me home for dinner, I left the house just as the sun began to dip, making sure to turn off all the lights before I went. A few hours later, as I stepped back into the house, an uneasy feeling crept over me. The hallway and downstairs bathroom lights were both on. I could have sworn I turned everything off. Had someone stopped by? Only a few family friends had the key hidden under the back doormat. Ignoring the feeling prickling at the back of my mind, I brushed it off and focused on getting ready for bed. I decided to sleep in the living room. It was the coolest room, and with Milo and Chili nearby, I figured I'd feel safe. The house was eerily quiet, and as darkness thickened, I shut all the doors connecting the living room to the rest of the house. The dogs settled in, and soon I drifted into an uneasy sleep. But not for long. A few hours later, I jolted awake to low growls, deep and menacing. Milo and Chili were both staring at the door, their fur bristling, growling in a way I'd never heard before. These dogs were usually gentle, sweet, never aggressive. My heart started to race, but I told myself they were just uneasy in a new house, and eventually managed to fall back asleep. The next night was peaceful. The dogs and I slept soundly, and I thought maybe the first night had just been nerves. Then came Wednesday. I returned to the house a bit after 8, exhausted from work, but something was off the moment I opened the door. Both dogs greeted me at the entrance, tails wagging. It didn't make sense. They were supposed to be locked in the sunroom. The door to the sunroom was wide open, and the ceiling fans that I'd left on were now eerily still. That familiar chill crept over me, and all I wanted to do was leave. But I'd promised my teacher I'd stay there with the dogs to keep the place safe. Swallowing my unease, I went around, checking and locking all the doors, telling myself it was just my imagination. As I settled back onto the couch, Milo kept pacing, his gaze fixed up the stairs. Every so often he would stop, tense, his eyes locked on the upper floor. Then he started growling again, deep, threatening, his teeth bared at the empty staircase. I tried calling him over, hoping to calm him down, but he stayed rooted to the spot, staring, waiting. Finally, he came to sit by me, but he kept glancing over his shoulder, his eyes following something. I tried to ignore the growing dread in my chest, turning off the lamp next to me and lying down. My gaze wandered, and through the dim light I could see into the sunroom, which had no curtains, only big windows letting in a faint glow from the street. Just as I was about to drift off, the faint glow vanished. The room went pitch dark. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. Both dogs bolted to attention, Milo rushing to the base of the stairs, barking ferociously, while Chili stayed close to the door, his growl low and menacing. My heart pounded as I strained my eyes, trying to see if there was movement in the darkness of the sunroom. Nothing. The fear was overwhelming. I wanted to call the police but felt silly. There was no one there, or at least I hoped there wasn't. Instead, I called my grandpa, barely able to keep my voice steady. I crept to the back door, grabbing the house key off the counter as I bolted out, but something stopped me in my tracks. The gate to the sidewalk was wide open. I didn't wait to figure out why. I ran. As I rushed through the night, my shortcut took me past the junior high school. In the moonlight, the building loomed dark and foreboding. But as I passed, something caught my eye. One of the side doors was open, yawning into a hallway of thick, impenetrable blackness. It was as if the dark was spilling out, reaching toward me. I sprinted, too terrified to look back, until finally I reached my house, slamming the door behind me, my heart racing. The next morning, I returned to my teacher's house, this time with my grandpa by my side. I couldn't shake the fear gnawing at my mind. As we entered, my eyes fell on the sunroom door, standing wide open, just like last night. And as we climbed the stairs, we found the closet door at the top open too, as if someone had been there, waiting, hidden in the shadows. My grandpa checked the whole house top to bottom. No one was there. It was empty. But that emptiness felt wrong, haunted, as if someone or something had left a part of themselves behind. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that house. I just know that the quiet, the darkness, the stillness, it wasn't right. It was like the house had been watching me, waiting for me. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear those low, angry growls echoing in my mind. And I pray for the sake of whoever stays there next, that the house is finally empty.